start. That is top class. That's power. Pure power. That is perfect. Absolutely perfect. Pakistan found their mojo in the opening test against the West Indies yesterday, with their fast bowlers sparking a Sunday fight back. Karim Shazad made the crucial early breakthrough, ending Kavem Hodges' century bid. Before Muhammad Ali reaped rewards for his probing efforts, his 4 wickets helping limit the host to 311 all out in spite of Shehub's battling 92. An early wicket energized the home crowd. But half-centuries from Shan Masood and Imam ul Haq powered a positive reply and gave Pakistan Day 2 honours. And so we come to moving day in this first test match between the West Indies and Pakistan, and we continue our journey here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Tarouba, South Trinidad. Galaxy of stars rolling in, Roston Chase, Darren Sammy hoping for a better day from his troops, Kemar Roach, the legend with Jaden Seals and Justin Graves in tow. Big day for Shamar Joseph perhaps and Jomel Warrican as well. Kavem Hodge had his moment in the sun. Mohammad Rizwan, I'm sure we'll see him at some point today. But it is Shan Masood who will continue his journey. Babar Azam will be hoping that his troops can give him something to smile about in the sunshine. West Indies bowled out for 311 with Muhammad Ali, 4 for 50, Hope with 92, and then Pakistan responding 199 for 3. Shan still there, the former captain, on 88. Imam ul Haq batted well for 63. Pakistan trailing by 112. Just being here as we say good morning and hello to you wherever you are in the world at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and the sun beating down, typical of Trinidad really, enough to make you smile and enough to be in the company of Stacey Ann King and Mally Richards. Good morning, lady and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your time. We come into day 3. Pakistan in a very similar position to where the West Indies were at the end of day 1, Stacey Ann King. What's the forecast? Well, let's not look forward. Let's look back at yesterday's play and your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I think yesterday Pakistan might have think that they had the upper hand because of that partnership between Masood and Imam ul Haq. I think they would be pretty comfortable with where things stand because they were able to put the West Indian seamers under some sort of pressure. They searched and toiled to find the right length on the surface, possibly thinking to themselves that because Pakistan picked up wickets in that first session, that they were able to do the same thing after lunch, but it just didn't go their way. That was a bit of fire and ice between this pair.
I like that, fire and ice, certainly like fire out here. So Pakistan batted well. Mali, the West Indies, as I say hello to you again, did have some success with the ball, but it was intermittent.
Yeah, it was. They didn't take wickets at regular intervals, and you heard a bowling coach in that interview speak about just the inconsistency that he thought their bowlers exhibited yesterday. This game is following a similar pattern, as you said, Bish. The first innings, West Indies, and now Pakistan, similar, 199 for 3. That wicket, though, we know how great Kemar Roach is to left-handers. I think he admitted that was a bit of natural variation, but in the right areas and through the gap. And Awais had to go for a duck. Fantastic bowling from the veteran.
Yeah, legendary Kemar Roach. And then there was that obviously wonderful partnership after that before Imam ul Haq went, Stacey.
Yeah, he did give a few chances, Imam ul Haq, before finally being dismissed, or finally one being held onto and slipped. It was a very good grab by Justin Greaves. He held on, but there were a few chances prior to that they'll think to themselves that they missed, and the scores could have been differently for West Indies.
Yeah. As he said, wickets were hard to come by, but that was an absolute peach. Jaden Seals just starting to find a bit of form towards the back end of his spell. He was very inconsistent, maybe as poorly as I've seen him bowl in his career. But he came back well to remove Babar Azam. And as we said, 3 down, and Pakistan don't bat the deepest, West Indies will be hoping to hit them hard here on day 3.
As I said yesterday, that Babar Azam dismissal was eerily similar to what Jaden Seals did to him in Pakistan last year. So much to do for the West Indies. Let's get some thoughts now. Mali gave us a little preview of it a little bit earlier. Carlos Brathwaite caught up with the West Indies bowling coach a little earlier.
Morning, bowling coach for the West Indies, Ravi Rampal. To begin with, where did it go wrong with the ball for the West Indies yesterday?
I think a little bit inconsistent in our line and length. I think also that when we watch Pakistan bowl in the morning session, we probably assume as a bowling group that it had more into the pitch and didn't take in consideration that the sun was baking it down, and it didn't do as much when we bowl, and we were still attacking and trying to get the ball to do something, and that was end up in leaking a lot of runs. Yeah, we had a lot of chances coming through the slip court and probably gully region, but we were really inconsistent.
Your run rate before tea was 5, just over 5. Post tea it was 3.5. What was said in that tea break?
You know, we highlighted where we went wrong as a bowling group. Again, I would say being inconsistent, and obviously we always find ourselves in test matches trying to pull back our run rate. So basically it's to pull back the run rate, try to group as many deliveries, be consistent, and then opportunity will arise.
We saw Jaden Seals bowl 1 over from the northern end, got quickly whisked out of the attack, and then he came back from the other end, and it was a stark difference. How important is the end that a fast bowler bowls from?
Definitely important because of the breeze, and his natural strength is to outswing the ball. So I think we got that wrong there, bring him in for that 1 over. But we see when he bowl on the right end, something happens, and he ended up getting that wicket for us.
And talking about Roston Chase as skipper, we know he has a little bit of a niggle. How good is his hand, and can we expect to see him bowl?
Well, he still has a lot of pain when he tries to bowl. Hopefully, as the day goes on and how fast as his finger heals, he can play a part for us with the ball. I'm not quite sure as yet.
And lastly, first hour is always important. What's more important in this hour, building pressure or taking wickets?
I'm definitely using what moisture it is on the pitch. We saw when Pakistan bowled yesterday morning, there was a lot on it. So it's basically for us to be disciplined as they were in our lines and lengths, and hopefully we can use the little bit of moisture that is to get a couple of wickets.
Ravi, thank you. Hope your troops go well today.
Thank you very much.
Excellent insight there from Ravi Rampal, actually talking to Carlos Brathwaite a little bit earlier, and he spoke about indiscipline. And look, that period of West Indies bowling split into 2 halves, and the first half wasn't where the West Indies and the bowlers and the bowling coach would have wanted, because you had 14 boundaries in addition to, I think, 4 leg byes rolling to the boundary there as well in 19 overs, and the run rate spiked to over 5. And then after the chat at T29 overs produced a rate of 3.55 and only 7 boundaries. So that to me was quite telling. And Mali, I'll come to you first, because the 2 southpaws were mainly responsible for a number of boundaries, a little bit of fortune. How do the West Indies sort of reflect on that? What's the learning for them so that they don't take as long next time?
Well, I think they should take a bit of solace from what they saw Pakistan do. Pakistan were a bit inconsistent. Both teams have actually struggled to work out what length is the ideal length to bowl on this pitch. We've seen them take a bit of time, but as you said, now they've got 3 days worth of information, so they know that fuller length on that off stump, that's the base, that's the foundation you want to lay. And as I said earlier, there's an opportunity for the West Indies to run through this Pakistan lineup. Not the deepest batting team, so they'll have to be on the money from bar 1.
You concur, Stacey?
Yeah, definitely. I just like the fact that Mali mentioned that West Indies, they need to be a bit more disciplined. We heard it from the bowling coach. They need to be a bit more disciplined. They've only bowled 5 maidens so far in their spell. So a few more deliveries like those, nag a bit, and then create the opportunities.
Absolutely. Patience is the key. So what do they have to operate on again? It's a nice morning, as I said before, here in South Trinidad. Samuel Badri will have a look around and give us an assessment of the surface.
bathe in sunshine. Hopefully the weather stays good for the duration of the day's play and indeed the duration of the test match. I'm out in the middle on a pitch that's still building its reputation. For the most part, it's been trustworthy, but ever so often there are a few deliveries that tell a lie. In terms of what we look at the cracks to see if they are increasing, and certainly they are, and on a good length as well. So that's one here, and there are a couple more as we go across the length of the 22 yards. The other thing we look for as we go deeper into the test match are the footmarks. And if you can just follow me here, T.I., these footmarks here, the spinners, the fast bowlers with their follow-through have created something so that when the left-hander is batting, if the left-hand orthodox is bowling, that's a nice little area here in which he can target. What we did notice, though, there is lateral movement still available, but you have to bowl that fuller length. The Baba Azam dismissal late yesterday was evidence of that. So he bowled a little bit fuller, and that movement allowed him to get that wicket. So I think that length, again, first hour on day 3, very important, but it remains to be seen how the balance of power tilts today.
Thank you very much to Samuel Badri and the heavy roller being used. So Pakistan hoping that it'll bring whatever moisture is there quickly to the top and that this sun will dry it out and make it even better for batting not too long from now. Okay, time now to hear from one of the West Indies' key men, a key all-rounder who is living his dream, and he understands very much the aspirations of playing for the West Indies and what they have to do today. Justin Greaves.
Hitting high and hard again.
Stand and deliver.
A third test match century to Justin Greaves.
Every player has a role to play, but again, both batting and bowling, you know, we pretty much need someone to bowl those long spells and someone to have those long innings. And, you know, of late, it has been, I've been doing it, so long may that continue and, you know, just keep contributing to the team.
It's a special moment for him and all West Indians.
You know, when you're coming up and you're always hitting the ball in the gap for runs, you're always trying to raise your bat for 100 or for 50, and every time you get a wicket, a big celebration amongst your friends and so on in the gap. But yeah, in terms of contributing, as I always wanted to be a part of it. No pressure so much. It's always a challenge rather than pressure. And then, you know, enjoying that challenge as much as possible. As a kid, I always wanted to be in this situation, so it's all about embracing the challenge and, you know, coming out on top of every single time. We always talk about bringing West Indies cricket back. It's going to be a long, tough road, but I think once we buy into everything that we're trying to do as a team, as a group, you always want to get back to the top. Wherever we go in the world, everyone is always backing us. When we went to India, the Indian fans loved us. The Australian fans loved us when I made my debut. You know, everyone wants to see West Indies cricket back to the top. So it's pretty much up to us at the end of the day in terms of taking it back there.
He's a solid man, Justin Greaves, both in terms of what he brings on the field and his personality as well. Very humble, very knowledgeable, Stacey and King. As an all-rounder yourself, what's the sort of balance that Justin brings to this team, and particularly with the ball?
Yeah, I think his medium pace, as it might be said, it will help on a surface like this because of the variations that he has. He will take pace off. He will make the little adjustments similar to what we saw from Pakistan bowlers. So I think he didn't quite get it right or understand just yet what was happening with the surface yesterday. So he'll play a big role in today's match.
And their ambitions, Pakistan today, Mali, given that we've spoken about Seals and Roach and Shamar Joseph and what they have to bring, Pakistan's approach with Shan Masood still there. How do you see that playing out?
He's absolutely key in this situation, similar to Shea Hope yesterday. We saw when he was removed by Muhammad Ali and wickets just fell at regular intervals. I think Shan Masood is absolutely key. Left-hand, right-hand combination in as well. West Indies will have to be a lot more disciplined, as I said earlier, and as you heard from fast bowling coach Ravi Rampal. Patience, patience on this pitch. It'll be interesting to see what assistance is available to them with that big roller, maybe bringing a bit of moisture to the surface, maybe a bit more lateral movement. West Indies will have to be tactically on top of the game.
Yeah, Mohammad Rizwan averages over 40 in Test match cricket. Salman Aliaga is no scrub either. He can play. So a lot will depend on them because the Pakistan lower order is something that can be vulnerable, Stacey Ann King.
Yeah, it's something that we were discussing yesterday, just out in 5 matches. Just look at that average, 8.50. So they'll want to just use this pair that is in the middle at the present. Salman Aliaga is still on naught, but again, it's a new day, a new surface, so that means there will be a challenge for them with that ball. Hopefully for them, they'll be able to bat into sessions and they won't have their lower order open or exposed too easily or too early in the game.
But Salman Aliaga, you have to remember as well, just the second time he's batting in the top 5 in this Pakistan lineup. More accustomed to batting 7, 8, that lower order, marshalling the lower order troops. So it's an opportunity as well for the West Indies to exploit.
Yeah, I just wonder what part spin could play. Will spin play a part today? We talked a lot about seam. Will spin play a part?
Well, yes, Jamel Warrican has to. He has to come in and play a bigger part in today's match. Didn't get any wickets yesterday, but he will play a part today.
All right, and Ruston Chase, there's still some doubt as to whether he can bowl. So the catching will come into view. Can the West Indies execute as Pakistan did yesterday morning? We'll take a short break as the players prepare. After that, we'll be closer to live action. That is absolutely perfect.
a start. That is top class. That's power. Pure power.
That is perfect. Absolutely perfect. Pakistan found their mojo in the opening test against the West Indies yesterday, with their fast bowlers sparking a Sunday fight back. Karim Shazad made the crucial early breakthrough, ending Kavem Hodges' century bid. Before Muhammad Ali reaped rewards for his probing efforts, his 4 wickets helping limit the host to 311 all out in spite of Shehob's battling 92. An early wicket energized the home crowd. But half-centuries from Shan Masood and Imam ul Haq powered a positive reply and gave Pakistan Day 2 honours. And so we are here once again, moving the Day 3 of this first test in this Cricket West Indies series between West Indies and Pakistan. We are here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, South Trinidad, and the sunshine is glorious at the moment. Hopefully it stays that way, and we've had some shifting in the balance of power in the test match. Pakistan coming in to Day 3, 199 for 3. The West Indies were about 192 for 3 after Day 1, so very similar position after 2 days of the test match, with Shan Masood on 88. Kemar Roach took the first wicket. Seals took a wicket late yesterday at Babar Azam, and Shamar Joseph prized out Imam ul Haq. It means, though, that Pakistan trail by 112, but they've got 7 of their first innings wickets intact. So, time now to have a little review of what went before with Gerard Morris-Seeley.
Sometimes the best defense isn't to just survive, it's to attack. And on Day 2, Pakistan applied their tactics to exactly that. West Indies resumed on 194 for 3 with Kavem Hodge and Shehob looking firmly in control. But things can change in a single delivery. Hodge added just 1 run before Pakistan found the breakthrough they had searched for since Day 1. Shehob continued the fight, bringing up another composed half-century. But as wickets continued to fall, West Indies found an unlikely counterpunch. Shamar Joseph, not with the ball, but with the bat. A flurry of fearless strokes turned defense into attack, refusing to let Pakistan dictate every moment. West Indies were eventually dismissed after 96 overs. A competitive total, but one that perhaps left them wondering what might have been after such a promising start. Kemar Roach's return couldn't have begun any better. 1 wicket, Pakistan 1 for 1. The perfect response. But the visitors answered immediately. Imam ul Haq and Shan Masood didn't retreat. They counterattacked, driving, rotating the strike, forcing West Indies onto the back foot. Shamar Joseph denied Iman a deserved century, but Shan Masood carried on. Alongside Babar Azam, Pakistan did more than rebuild. They accelerated. By stumps, they had reached almost 3/4 of West Indies' first innings total in barely half the overs. Now the challenge shifts. Can the hosts take a page from Day 2's lesson and use attack as their best form of defense? Day 3 may truly decide who takes control of this test.
Absolutely, Gerard Morris-Seeley and Kemar Roach, the leader of the attack, the elder statesman, the veteran, will be hoping that he can make continued impacts today with his understudy, Jaden Seals, who took the wicket at Babar Azam late yesterday. Can they find their mojo? Can Shamar Joseph hit his lines, hit his lengths consistently at pace? He's the quickest of the West Indies trio. Yeah, 24 wickets to Justin Graves. We haven't seen Ruston Chase yet. We don't know whether he will. 301 for Kemar Roach, and Jaden Seals got past his 100 a few weeks ago against Sri Lanka. Shamar Joseph making his way. So those averages of that front 3 are comparable, and they're favorable to what is happening in the modern game. Jamel Warrican might have a part to play. Who knows? Carlos Brathwaite alongside me. And the wickets came thick and fast yesterday morning.
Yeah, in between some sublime stroke play from Justin Graves and Shea Hope, which kept us on the edge of our seat. Felt as though the old ball did a little bit more talking than the new one. And one thing you can say with the first dismissal, that chance, and now this dismissal as well, the batters got nicked from inside. And that was inside the arc, and it's out of the park from Shea Hope, a rare 6. But back to regular programming as we saw yesterday. Snick once, snick twice. And then a counter punch, counter attack from Shamar Joseph. We knew he wouldn't die wandering. That was the last ball before lunch. But post lunch, it was a quick wrap up of the innings. Muhammad Ali talking about punches and counter punches. The massive wicket of Shea Hope. And reward for all his toil. In reply came our Roach with what West Indies fans thought was a sign of things to come. But it was more deliberate, delicious drives from Imam ul Haq. Some chances early in his innings, some streaky boundaries. But once he got in, he scored at a rate of knots along with Imam ul Haq. And this partnership took the game and the passage of play and the momentum away from the grasp of the West Indies. And at tea, you wondered how much more can they get. Jamel Warrican held things together from one end, and Imam ul Haq reaching a deserved 50. And it looked like only a matter of time before this partnership took the game away. But Shamar Joseph and Justin Graves had something to say. Babar Azam tried to keep the pace of play up, the rate of scoring. Came up with solid intent. And just when West Indies are wresting back momentum with the ball and thought they had Shan Masood, his luck proved in still. Umpire's call on impact, but it riled up Jaden Seals. And we love a good riling up of Jaden Seals. Added aggression late in the day, prized out the massive wicket of Babar Azam. And made West Indies think on day 3, they're well set with ball in hand if they can be as consistent as they finished day 2.
112 the difference between the two teams here on first innings at the moment. So moving day. This is such an integral day in this test match, and we don't know about the entirety of the series. Shan Masood, the former captain, in his first knock since he parted ways with the captaincy, an impressive 88. Salman Aliaga, who averages nigh on 40 in test match cricket, with him as well. Mohamed Rizwan to come. Shan there, he was in good spirits yesterday. Sometimes, Carlos, as you know, sometimes being relieved of captaincy, you can go two ways. You can sulk, or it can just relieve the pressure from you. And in the early goings in this first test, and then we move to the Queen's Park Oval for the second test, Shan Masood is giving a good indication that he is ready again, even if he's back in the ranks.
Yeah, and I think he knows his game a little bit better now. Early in his career, you saw a timid Shan Masood looking to back time. Yesterday, we saw Shan Masood looking to take the attack to the bowling. Whether it's a newfound confidence, more white ball cricket, and maybe just the relieving of pressure of the armband. But he looked to free a man. He had real solid intent, and along with Imam ul Haq and their partnership running well between the wickets, putting pressure on the West Indies bowlers and fielders. He rightfully said, Bish, day 3 moving day in. Something that Ravi Rampal said in the post-day press conference about being duped into seeing the Pakistani bowlers hooping the ball around and trying to replicate that. But you think they took a little bit of a time to adapt, and you can see almost two different West Indies bowling attacks, pre and post tea. I think it's imperative that they come out today and hit the straps from early. As you can see, Shan Masood 88 not out, but you think to Kavim Hodge yesterday starting on 80 odd not out as well. It's no guarantee of getting 88 more. So how can you build pressure and use the break in play to your advantage from a West Indian standpoint? From a Pakistani angle, can they get back in, give the bowlers the first half hour, and if they are there at the end of this first half hour, these two, they can start to pile the runs on.
Just outside. Next up.
Kemar Roach will start from the northern end, where the wind generally assists his ability to take the ball away from the left-hander from round the wicket. Occasionally, as he showed with Oasis yesterday, he can get the natural variation back into the left-hander. Interesting story, actually, talking to the former West Indies bowling coach yesterday. Messaged me about the point I was querying about when Kemar Roach started bowling well to left-handers, and I mentioned the summer of 2017. He said, Roddy Estwick was saying that they went to England, they lost the first test match, and England had a number of left-handers, including Alistair Cook, etc., etc. So after the first test match, they spoke to Kemar and they said, what about round the wicket? And they had to sell it to him, and Kemar bought into it, and he started working on it at practice sessions, and it has become a staple of his bowling to left-handers. Away movement there, touch short. So that's the origin of the pronounced use of round the wicket to the left-handed batters. Prior to that, he didn't do it as much, nearly as much, Kemar Roach. But the summer of 2017, we remember for Shope's twin hundreds at Headingley, is when this round the wicket angle started. Thanks, Rod. Two gullies and a slip.
Just interesting to see the formation behind the stump. Shan Masood was streaky throughout. There was, on occasion, 3 slips and a gully. Most of the deliveries went wide of gully or over gully. They've reinforced gully now. So the 2 gullies, 1 slip, 1.5 slip, but the personnel is also interesting. It's now Justin Graves, who I think is the best slip catcher, and Kavim Hodge, who's probably the most nimble. And then you have Brandon King back into the slip cordon, but at 1.5 slip. So I'm not sure if Brandon is the best person to be at 1.5 slip, but I'm sure that Justin Graves is the man for that gully region. I think on the history, you need your best fielder in that position. And being short of Roston Chase, who would normally be in the gully, and John Campbell, who's missing through injury, who'd normally be at first slip, they've had to chop and change which fielders go where in that slip cordon.
To your point, I wasn't starting with a deep point. I wouldn't start with a deep point. Shan Masood has no idea, like now, as to how this ball is going to behave in the first over. I'm having a second slip and the 2 gullies. That man down there, I'm bringing him up at slip. And then if runs start flowing there, I'm pushing him back. But for the first over, I'm having 2 slips and the 2 gullies.
Yeah, I agree with you on that point for sure. It just seems, or sounds to me, as though they're really conscious of those boundary balls and the game getting away.
That's my point. And you have your most veteran bowler bowling who you expect control from. I'm not saying he can't be hit for 4. But if that nicks through a vacant second slip right now, you pull all your hair out. Ruston doesn't have any hair, but like me.
And I think that is the question you're asking. What keeps me up at night tonight Is it one boundary through there or one nick between the keeper and sack and slip when they could have reinforced that area?
Good stop. Brings up the 200 for Pakistan, though. They followed up their bowling from yesterday morning and just after lunch very well with the bat. 200 for 3. After your interview with Ravi Rampal, you threw it back to post-play yesterday, but it was this morning when you spoke to Ravi that he gave you really solid information as to how these bowlers needed to operate and what they've learned. Have to forgive me, folks, in this first stint of commentary. I think there's a bit to chew over. So I'm asking your forgiveness for the first half an hour as Jaden Seales starts off.
Yeah, piece of good fielding. Don't want it to go amiss. Have that deep cover. Here's Narayan Chanderpaul there. A little grimace. Putting the body on the line.
Energy with the running between the wickets, which Imam ul Haq initiated very well, understanding a single with Shan Masood this morning. It's good.
Yeah, and it's one of the things that you don't want as a batter. You don't want the ball to bowl too many deliveries to you and be able to line you up and sit on a length. It even helps having a right-hander at the other end. So he's been very good in trying to rotate. Couple quick-ish singles for the morning, and that takes him into the 90s. Get to see a century, the inaugural test. I think there's an honours board, but if there were, who would be the first to paint the name as this first test centurion? He'll falter at the first hurdle.
That will frustrate Jaden Seales immensely. Great use of the left-right combination at the crease with these two batters. Salman Aliaga getting off the mark.
Yeah, and it feels like a little bit of a hangover from yesterday because they were so errant, so ill-disciplined. It's almost as though they've gone the other way completely. Cover and mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket hanging back as opposed to cutting a single.
There is lateral movement there, and Jaden Seales also has that deep point. How much do you trust him to try to squeeze Shan Masood and Salman Aliaga this morning with a little bit of lateral movement with the early start? Let me just say this. So what they didn't do yesterday, the West Indies in that first spell, they mentioned watching Pakistan bowl and seeing the ball darting about. But after 5 or 6 overs, I think we were both on air as Shan winces in pain. And I walked that road myself, and I was a guilty party. That's why I can talk about these things. So after 5, 6, 7 overs, you have to assess Seales, Roach, and Roach knows this. He's great. Is there less lateral movement? Someone on the field, Roston Chase, Brandon King, guys who've been around the park before. Gentlemen, it's not doing as much. We need to pull things back. And what you then do
as a bowler that I learnt is that instead of running in, unless the skipper asks you to run in and bowl a 4-over spell of great pace and aggression, is you space out your wicket-taking deliveries. So instead of bowling, let's say 3 or 4 wicket-taking options every over, you're saying, I'm going to operate comfortably at around 85% of my pace, work my accuracy, and maybe 1 or 2 wicket-taking attempts perhaps every 2 overs. So you're spreading out your control, drying up boundaries, and waiting to pounce when the door is open. And that's what I think has been impressed upon Jaden Seals and Shamar Joseph by Ravi Rampal. I know that for a fact. Ravi himself went through it. I used to ask Ravi, how are you going to get wickets? He said, just going to get wickets. He didn't understand when he was young there was a process. And sometimes the process is longer when the pitches are flatter rather than when the pitches are offering a lot and the ball doing too much. So that's the lesson. He knows it. Riyad Emrit knows it.
And what I'll add to that is, it's why I give Shan Masood such credit, because he realized that they were searching and then just tap it into the offside on a couple of occasions for 2. He went hard. Now I think what would have added to the trick is the fact that chances were created. So some part of the psyche would have been thinking, maybe we should pull back, but we are creating chances. Let's continue going harder. And it's why with good intent, with bat in hand, you always get a little bit more than maybe sometimes you deserve.
Livid with himself, Jaden Seals. He didn't mean to go that full. Not after you just hit Shan on the finger from a good length. It slipped out. He's wiped his hands in the dirt. Starting over. No bad pad. Ball darting about. Yes, he's on 90. And he's starting over. Very good again. That was where he meant to go back to last ball. 202 for 3.
Good start for the West Indies. All depends on this first half hour stroke hour. How much can the West Indies fast bowlers get out of the conditions, whether the overhead conditions or any lateral movement off the pitch.
Interesting there that Salman Aliaga walked at Kemar Roach there. Maybe too early for Shea Hope to think about coming up. But he walked at him to negate any of that inward movement. Did it again. He walked at it, and for the very reason that he's trying to negate any of that LBW shout at the moment by 1, getting down the track, and 2, getting outside off stump.
This is going to be an interesting battle. It's added a little bit of something to the morning. Just 2 balls, but we know Kemar Roach wants to track the ball back to the right hand to challenge the stumps. Salman Aliaga is trying to get out and outside of off stump. Just thinking, look at those 2 slips. Just know the quality of Kemar Roach. When will he bowl the one that straightens, force him to drag his hands away?
you can hear Justin Graves saying exactly what you said. You hear that at home? Justin Graves is saying, challenging both edges, Rochi. Old days, you'd get a man straight in front of Salman Aliaga's face, close in to make him think about someone bat padding. They've got to do something now. He's walking at it. Hard on Pakistan, and I think that it's unforgiving for Pakistan to bowl as many no balls in 3 tests. West Indies have to be better. He could pull his length back. That's the other thing. Slightly pull his length back, as Mohammad Abbas did yesterday to Roston Chase, who was doing the same thing, trying to get forward.
Just saw Roston signal for the helmet, so I suspect that Shea Hope coming up to his stump.
This is one of the options, Carlos. Keeper coming up. I think we'd seen enough. Keep him in his crease.
What if this is the ball now that Kimura tries to let it hold its own? You don't want prodigious outswing just because it's in swinging that big. Can it just hold its own? Can he just get the wobble seam to start on top of off, maybe just outside, and hold its own? It'll take his hands away from his body, and then you bring the keeper, who's up to the stump now, and the slips into play with the outside edge.
And that's pulling the length back. That's exactly what Mohammad Abbas did to Roston Chase yesterday. Just pull the length back just enough so he still prods forward, but it passes the bat around the stickers. And the first slip has to be finer. That's a good take, in case it brushes the glove of Shea Hope and goes to slip. Stayed on the line, finger goes up, keeper came up, trapped him on the crease. It should be reviewed. I think they'll review it. Yeah, they do review it.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the feet, it's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Appears to be missing the back. Can we have ultra edge, please? Clear gap as the ball passes the back. Satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracking, please. Pitching outside off, impact in line, wickets missing, original decision out. Alex, change your decision from out to not out.
Excellent review.
You're on screen signal
from
now.
Salman Aliaga. But you can see the confusion caused. He exhales by Shea Hope coming up to the stumps. 2 or 3 for 3. There's a bit more traffic on the road, being a weekday. Not as much as when school is out, though. Lovely driving up here. Just seeing the rolling hills on the way from Port of Spain to here is a thing of beauty. Jaden Seals.
This is the same end that Hodge had back-to-back appeals, both overturned because of height. And once again, as did with Hodge, a nice relief or show of relief from the batter. But it does look as though you can get a little bit fuller from this end. This is the end we've now seen 3 reviews overturned on height.
That Babar Azam dismissal from last night with Jaden Seals. And I talked yesterday, and Muhammad Ali gave us a great insight into preferred ends. This dismissal here, I go back to the first test in Multan in 2025. This is the exact same delivery that Jaden Seals nicked off Babar Azam with in that test match, and that's why Seals came into the attack as soon as Babar came in. Exactly the same. And that's what he will operate here now against Salman Aliaga. And Ravi made the point to you, Carlos Brathwaite. He said, understanding that Seals bowled from the wrong end when Babar first came in, he bowled from the opposite end, the northern end, was wrong. The wind assists this delivery from the southern end, which was what Mohammad Abbas told us. Mohammad Abbas, and I said it on day one, should be bowling from that Jaden Seals end. Sorry, Muhammad Ali. He said to us post-play yesterday, he said, I bowled from the wrong end all day on day one. And they reviewed it on the night of day one and started there yesterday. So let's look at the way Babar Azam has fallen in the last wee while. Everyone in Pakistan can go back to Multan 2025 and see this. Get square, excellent delivery, feet down the pitch, in the air, chest down the pitch, and where they've operated. .206 for 3. So there are a number of deliveries out there which you'd get with a lot of batters. Occasionally they've attacked the stumps. But just where the gloves are, you see those 2 pulsing deliveries? I think that that is yesterday and the one in Multan. Similar length, similar line from Jaden Seals to the excellent Babar Azam.
Roach continues. This is good cricket. Salman Aliaga knowing the line of attack and countering it. Not counter-attacking, countering. forcing a change, and the West Indies proactive to make the change. And then the legend of the man thought he struck, but overturned. It's good cricket. This is good test cricket. Real battle between ball and bat. Battle of wit.
What was that? Honestly, what was that? Tej Chandapol has just given Shan Masood 5 runs. Roach cannot believe it. Shan to 96.
You can hear a cry of hold it. And as soon as he threw it, you're looking for the white shirt in the distance, and there were none. Because they're bowling with no fine leg. And the only one that understands why they throw that ball is Tej Chandapol. So this is the setup, the ball coming back. I feel, however, that the wicket delivery is the one that straightens back of a length. I think that is the danger delivery. Because you're forcing him to play, you're giving yourself a chance, like the LBW shot that was overturned, to still hit the pad or the stump. But the real danger delivery, and you spoke well about spacing deliveries out, is that one that's just back and lures them into the drive and does not swing in.
Sorry, I was a little bit thrown off by Tej Chandapol throwing that as well. 211 for 3. .96 to Shan Masood. Born in Kuwait, in the Gulf, Shan Masood, because his dad was working out there as a banker. Then the Gulf War started and they retreated to Pakistan. He went to the UK and attended Stamford School in Lincolnshire, and later graduated with a degree in economics from Durham University. He went to Durham at the invitation of Graham Fowler, the former England left-handed batter. He then went on to do management and sports science at Loughborough University, and he did it by distance learning, because he said that's the time where he started to get involved in cricket in Pakistan, and it was just too much. And he said because there's so much competition in Pakistan, or there was certainly as a batter around that time, he had to be able to be there to dedicate to his skills, otherwise he'd be left behind. But he said the instruction of his family is never give up on that academic pursuit. It was very difficult for Shan, he says, but he accomplished it. And I love those stories. I love the stories of guys. We have a lot of time in cricket. I always say to young cricketers, and not least my daughter, you have a lot of time to become a gentleman, but also to become a professional cricketer and academic. Doesn't guarantee you that you'll be a better cricketer, but it gives you something to fall back on in life just in case cricket doesn't work out, and it can relax your cricketing aspirations. And Shan went on to play at Derbyshire in the UK, at Yorkshire. I just wonder if he just played a game or two for Leicestershire as well. Overseas hundreds in England, South Africa, Sri Lanka. So when he's hot, he's hot. Pitch it up a little bit more. Right there, right there. The feet didn't go anywhere from Salman Aliaga.
Still doesn't feel like the most true wicket to be able to be driving with your hands only. So until he gets set, it's a real big opportunity for the West Indies to prize a wicket. What a shot. Getting out, leaning on it. Delicious drive to finish the over. 216 for 3. A little bit of a more pronounced stride on the front foot. You have to get out on this track. Once you do, look at that. Couple balls before this drive from Salman Aliaga. He drove with his hands and his hands only. On this occasion, getting that foot right out, driving under the eyes, and contact he'll be proud of. You'll have to clip that up and watch it over and over again.
He could drive that is because Jaden gave him 2 in a row on that length. Previously, he pushed him back, and then pitched it up. So that emphasizes my point. You can't go hunting. You have to set up the wicket-taking ball with a longer sequence of deliveries. Push back, then go, or full, and then short. All of these are lessons. Salman has toiled long and hard in domestic cricket, tape ball cricket in the streets of local grounds in Lahore. Represented clubs like the Apollo Club through the age group setup. Lahore Qalandars. Spent years building up his experience and his skill. He's a very street smart cricketer. Bowls some decent spin as well, finger spin. West Indies need something to happen. These two batters are sucking the energy out of West Indies in the field. It's starting to go flat. They need something to happen immediately. Shamar Joseph will come into the attack at some point. Went down, and Salman will take that. Pakistan will take it. Moving day here.
This is the delivery that Kemar Roach wants to be that wicket-taking one. But it's good, soft hands from Salman. He got there and he took all the weight off and forced it to go into the ground as opposed to flying at a catchable height. Probably would still have gone through the slips even if it were a catchable height. And Gully has now come a little bit tighter. Maybe a little bit too late. I'm concerned about first and second slip going wider because the keeper is up.
One of the great names for me in the World Game, Salman Aliaga. 221 for 3. Right. This is not really acceptable to the West Indies and to Ravi Rampal, the bowling coach, and no balls are starting to proliferate, similar to Pakistan. There's too much technology around the world today. Hasn't cost them in terms of a wicket yet. Won't be happy. He keeps a keen eye on where they deliver from at the nets left of his screen, and you can see the purse slips. They use the measuring tape, and this has got to be better. Still, the end of the over, 222 for 3.
.23 runs so far on day 3, still trailed by 89 Pakistan, 7 wickets intact. Shan Masood looking as resolute as ever. Stuck on the finger, he's been there for such a long time. Came in when the score was 1 for 1. What Pakistan wanted from one of their senior batters. Good morning, Stacey.
Hey, good morning, Samuel. Good morning, everyone. Pakistan trailing by 89 runs. This has been good in terms of the adjustment from the West Indies bowlers. Balls will be a concern, obviously.
Should be just one. Wants two. Unavailable, so moves on to 99 now, Shan Masood. He was keen for that first one, looking for two, hustling down. Indians were alert enough. They're still probing away Jaden Seals, getting that lateral movement. Quite a lot on that occasion, actually.
Yeah, they've tried a few things. The West Indies seamers, they've had the wicketkeeper up to the stumps, bowl a much straighter, fuller line. But this, I think, is exactly what needs to be done. And keep that nagging fourth stump line.
Yeah, for the most part, the pitch has been quite reliable, quite trustworthy, but ever so often you get a delivery or two that beats the outside edge. We saw that yesterday. The length is key, though. You have to bowl that fuller length to get that movement. West Indians have been much more disciplined today than we've seen them yesterday. No doubt it's something that they spoke about.
End of 56-23 for 3.
Yeah, they've been watchful this morning, as you'd expect. Shan on the cusp of a milestone, a significant one. Been so good in this innings. West Indies will now try Shamar Joseph as he replaces Kemar Roach from the northern end. Still searching for their first of the morning. Masood on 99. What a start from Shamar Joseph. He was on the move there, not in total control, Shan Masood. A slip on 3, sort of gullies waiting for him.
Yeah, the pace. Just possibly beaten with the pace. That's what you will get from Joseph. Questions for Shan Masood now.
Even on 99. Once the single, Shan Masood writes his name into the history of the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The first Test centurion at the West Indies' newest Test venue. A century of skill, courage, and enduring significance. His 7th in his career and first against the West Indies. Well played, Shan.
Yeah, great moment for Shan Masood. He's toiled and toiled. Definitely the gentleman. And what a milestone. Brought the bounce and just pushed into the offside. 700 in Test. The first against West Indies. Proud moment.
Yeah, there is some activity in that delivery. Nothing from the umpire, though. Might have been just the pad. It was very close to bat and pad. Sanchez is looking away. He doesn't think that there was any bat in it, but certainly pad on the way through.
Just threw the baton pad, but might have just nipped the top of the pad. Captain wasn't interested. Bowler is always interested.
His first over is already creating some problems. He's asking questions of Shan, who's gotten to a century, so he's been there for such a long time, but he doesn't seem as though he feels as if he's in. So there is still something in the surface, but a well-constructed innings. Want to continue along because they still trail by 86. He knows the importance of his innings. Not entirely sure what that signifies, but it's the first against the West Indies and the first, so he'll go down in the record books as having scored the first century here. His teammates would appreciate this effort. All of Pakistan would appreciate this effort. Grand one in the scheme of things. Former captain, so leadership not on his shoulders anymore, but you don't have to be captain to be a leader. And he's showing that he's the batting leader. Carlos Brathwaite is looking keenly at that. More chow for him. Testing over from Shamar Joseph, 225 for 3. Main thoroughfare from north to south Trinidad. It's the school holidays here in Trinidad and Tobago at the moment, so not very busy at the moment. I can tell you during peak traffic time, that main thoroughfare can be quite a misery. Looking at the pitch before the start of play, Stacey, and there were cracks visible. You'd expect as we go deeper into this test match, but they seem to now beginning to make themselves heard. We've seen some movements, but what an innings it has been from Shan Masood. Came in at the crease early on in the innings, held it together well. Some crisp stroke play on both sides of the wicket. There was some streakiness about it initially. It was very well controlled. You'll expect that from time to time. All contentment from him. This pair has actually been the best two batters for Pakistan in this current World Test Championship cycle. Shan averages over 45. Salman averages. That's a shot of beauty. A lot of width on offer. And Salman Aliaga makes absolutely no mistake. Disdainfully dispatched.
Yeah, just too wide from Jaden Seal, something that we saw yesterday quite a lot in the afternoon session, and this was sort of the result. Bowl wide and you are punished. It's to find back that line.
stifle appeal. Yeah, Shan Masood and Salman Aliaga have both averaged over 40 in this World Test Championship cycle. $100 now. Prior to this 100, no centuries for them, for those on the list anyway. So they're looking to build on that good performance. Pakistan would love this pair to continue as long as they can. And they've had some useful partnerships as well. And they shared a partnership of 155, which was Pakistan's highest ever second wicket partnership here in the West Indies. Imam's first ever test outing. What can the West Indians do, Stacey?
I think the change of ends for the seamers and just possibly bowling in that channel a bit more. We saw a delivery earlier on from that Shan got that sort of hit him on the finger, that sort of softened him up a bit. Still went on to score that century, but he's still out there batting. They need to create a few more opportunities.
And a couple fielders in a deep, Jaden Seals, for potentially a short delivery against Salman Aliaga. Haven't seen them go to that plan just yet. But certainly much more disciplined this morning than what we saw from them in the early part of the innings yesterday. Outside edge, thinking about two very good running. 232 for 3.
Just look back at yesterday and the approach from West Indies in terms of after post lunge. Bowled pretty wide, searching for wickets, just 5 maidens then. Gone on to improve that today.
A rate of 3.3 this morning. That's something that the West Indians spoke about, trying to rest, decrease their scoring rate. Shamar Joseph continues. He's causing some problems. Yesterday and Saturday, both days actually, we had lots of young ones coming through, having fun in that specially designated area for them to play. Have some fun looking at the cricket, but also playing some cricket. Yeah, she's got no wicket. Be wonderful to see, and we saw that across venues for the home series. Nice little play zone for these kids. Merchandise available as well. The kids under the age of 16 free for Test match cricket. All cricket actually for West Indies home series. Along with a ticket holding adult, so make your way down. It's the school holidays here. Nice opportunity to get the children involved and meaningfully engaged. Some of them are already here. It was a probing first over, wasn't it, Stacey? Got some movement, some bounce as well.
Yeah, the length was important, the length adjustment. When he was on a good length, he was unplayable compared to on that short length. Something that the West Indies head coach, bowling coach, would have spoken about, bowling a bit more on that good length. She with the speed that Joseph has. Of the bowlers that can get over that 140 kilometers per hour mark. Yeah, this delivery 142. And he gets it landed in the right areas.
The West Indies started day 2 in a similar sort of score that Pakistan started day 3. There's some high speeds from Shamar Joseph. You can see it at the bottom right of screen there. Pakistan, they've blunted the early pressure exerted by the West Indies. Oftentimes you hear teams speak about the first half an hour, first 45 minutes. They remain unscathed so far. They'll be hoping as they settle in, the pitch settles in, that they'll score a lot more freely as we go closer to lunch and then beyond. Key thing though, keep your wicket intact. Maiden over from Shamar, 232 for 3.
This pair taking on that responsibility. That middle order engine room. 35 from Yeti. Very watchful.
Partnership building after that big one of 155 earlier on in the innings. A change in bowling from that southern end. Justin Graves into the attack now. Just 4 overs from him. He will start round the wicket. West Indies will know that there is a potential collapse. We've seen that from Pakistan in the past. So if they can get one, potentially get another quickly, and then they can still have something of a surplus. At the moment, though, they have to find a way to get through him.
And they've done the hard yards so far, Pakistan, these 2 batters. And they continue to do the good work. Shan Masood flicking this one off his legs. And it runs into the boundary for another 4 for Shan Masood. And it's poorly lined from Justin Greaves and whipped off the hips.
Yeah, this is what we've seen from them. Look at where they're positioned. Lower order partnerships just eaten 8.5 runs, so if they can get one or two quickly, still have the possibility of getting a lead, Stacey.
You look at this change and you think, why Justin Greaves? I just look at that chart. Average lower order partnerships between wickets 7 to 10. Pakistan to the bottom of that list. 5 matches, 8.50. That's the average. Hence the reason West Indies is now trying another option. Bringing on Justin Greaves, who's not express pace, but he relies heavily on hitting good lengths and good lines.
I was looking at the batting records for teams in this World Test Championship cycle. 2 centuries for Pakistan in this period. Just witnessed one and Azan had the other. South Africa as well in 4 matches. They've only had a couple centuries. West Indies, they've had 9 centuries in this World Test Championship cycle. A lot more matches. They've played 11 matches, so we put that in context. So the West Indians have shown great conversion, something that they haven't done as often as their supporters would have liked. But Pakistan now finding a way. This protection there, so thought it should have been 1. Moroccan was a little bit slow getting around. Running continues to be good. 238 for 3. .63 from Imam yesterday in a wonderful partnership. Shan has been able to convert. We'll be very pleased with that, going down in the history books here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And Salman finding his way. Partnership 41 now. Good running again. It's something that has punctuated this batting effort. Get the occasional boundary, but they've run well together. We spoke about this partnership, how prolific it has been for Pakistan. Their best batters in this WTC, showing in that communication.
Also take into consideration the 172 balls for his 108, Shan Masood, how long he has been out there. And to give greater context, he came in when the score was 1 for 1. He's been there ever since. That strike rate continues to grow. 63.01.
Kind of spin just yet for today. Moroccan will have a role to play. A bit of a misfield. Kimo Paul on the field. The fancy hairstyle. Top of the bounce. Played that shot well throughout the course of the innings. The field for Jaden Seals, I think. Diving away to his left. What's been impressive about the way he's played, Stacey, Sean?
It's been his, for me, it's been his shot selection and just the way he went about starting his innings. He was very aggressive. He scored his 50 off just 46 balls, so scoring quicker than a runner ball. And then being able to just wear down the spinners, wear down the middle period of the match during yesterday's session. Still out in the middle, even though he's taken a few blows. And the time that he's been out there as well. I mean, when the score was 1 for 1 with loss of the opener.
$141 for 3. We've had an hour's play this morning so far, and everyone will welcome this drinks break.
Pakistan have gone brilliantly. They have progressed to 241 for 3. They came into the day on 199 for 3. Shan Masood has notched up his 7th Test match 100. Salman Aliaga is working his way slowly. Mali Richards alongside me. Knowledgeable former captain showing Mali that he's committed to the cause even if the leadership role is not his anymore.
And it's something I heard the head coach Safraz speak about, the attitude of Ishan Masood. His first innings after losing the captaincy, and what a way to get over that disappointment. Shots all around the ground, rode his luck, few edges, but he continued to show that positive intent. And he's looked to score and run very well in between the wickets. The first 100 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So a historic occasion indeed for the former Pakistani captain. One for Roach, one for Seals, and one for Shamar Joseph. There was a wicket that, a potential wicket for the West Indies earlier today. It was given out on field. LBW, Salman Aliaga. Kamar Roach, the veteran, finding that inward movement, breaching the defenses, but doing a bit too much in the end. Just missing that leg stump. And also just a bit of height as well. We've seen the bounce here come to the aid of many a batter so far. That extra bounce. This is the tail of the tape. Pakistan trail by just 70 now. Yet to lose a wicket here on day 3. Partnership 44 of 92 deliveries. So it must be said the West Indies have done well in terms of controlling this scoring rate. 42 runs in the 13 overs. But the most important part is they've gone wicketless.
Michael Raghunath, who operates as a match referee in some of our franchise cricket here during the CPL, for example, always keeps himself in tune with the game in the blue shirt. Salman Aliaga, as we said before, obviously the T20 captain, so they have a lot of leadership going for them. Pakistan. And they're grinding. I like this. I have to say I like this from Pakistan. So far, they've committed to the cause with the ball after maybe a turgid day 1. And there's still work to do because they're trailing by 70. But even the approach with the bat, even with a little bit of fortune, means they're digging in and forcing the West Indies to dig deep, and they need to.
When Salman Aliaga first came to this crease, it took him a while to really get acclimatized to conditions. A bit circumspect to begin with. West Indies sensing an opportunity. Just the second time he's batting in the top 5 here in driving sweetly through the covers. Won't quite get to the boundary, I don't think. He's a quiet performer, Salman Aliaga, and he's faced 53 deliveries so far. So as you said, Bish, he's willing to put in the work here. Just looking to wear down this West Indian attack to maybe feast a bit later on.
That shot reminded me of Misbah-ul Haq, to be honest. The way he stood tall and let the hands work. There's a great rich history, Mali, with that 1958 tour to the Caribbean. The first time I saw international cricket was Pakistan in, I think, 1977 at the Queen's Park Oval. Colin Croft on the morning of that test match. Never forgot it. I was about 10 years old. Got into the Oval with a senior friend. And Colin Croft picked up 8 for 29 on the morning of that test match. West Indies went on to win that series, come back to it. There's a rich history between these two teams. 2-4-4 for 3. Talking about that 1977 tour, and one of my enduring memories was seeing the late Wasim Raja, the brother of Ramiz Raja, playing a couple of sweep shots, and I thought, that's so young in the game, you're not supposed to do that when you're batting. I thought it was illegal. And then the 1988 series here in the Caribbean was one of the most intriguing I'd ever seen, controversially ended at 1 apiece. Jeffrey Dujon and I think Winston Benjamin in your hometown, I think in Antigua, stuck it out to much deliberation. Was it Barbados? Might have been Barbados, Mali. I jumped forward to Jimmy Adams and Courtney Walsh defending it in, might have been 2000. Great Imran Khan, Wasim Akram. Great battle. And then I played against Pakistan in 1990. They came back to the Caribbean in 92, 93. Wasim and Waqar. And then so many battles ensue. We talked 2000, 2005, 2017 was when they won here in the Caribbean, and I never forgot that test in Dominica, where the West Indies were 1 over away from saving the game and drawing the series. Shannon Gabriel had 1 ball to defend. And the great, why did he do that? Yazir Shah, 25 wickets in that series. Very good. That's the patience required. And you just need to be boring today, I think, for a moment if you're a West Indies bowler.
That extra pace just proving a point of difference here for Shamar Joseph. It's been a good spell from him. I think he's the danger man for the West Indies and also for Pakistan to be. He's a major threat, especially in these conditions. Quite different to the other bowlers, bit more slingy, quicker through the air, less time to adjust. We know if he gets on a roll, just how good he can be. But the areas have been a lot more consistent here from the West Indies. Had a good night's rest, some good conversations, deliberation over their plans here for day 3. Yet to pick up a wicket, but they're applying a bit of pressure, just what you'd expect. As you said earlier, Bish, the Pakistanis are really looking to blunt this attack, wear them down.
I think the West Indies have missed the usage of Roston Chase's off spin a lot. Injured right hand. We confirmed it yesterday and this morning as well from Ravi Rampal that he's experiencing pain in that injured right hand, so he's unable to bowl. As of now, he might, the pressure builds, fight through it. Was building. Brilliant from Shamar Joseph.
Shamar Joseph here, proving to be the man. An absolute rip of a delivery, turning Salman Ali Agha completely around. Have a look at this. Beautiful delivery, squaring him up. We did mention his ability to take wickets, and on this pitch and on day 3 he's proven to be a major threat. So the first wicket goes down for Pakistan here on day 3. Salman Ali Agha goes for 20. It's 244 for 4.
The irrepressible Mohammad Rizwan, the Energizer Bunny, makes his way to the Caribbean, to the middle, because he's been in the Caribbean before. Was here on that 2021 tour. Top class delivery, length perfect, just straightening from Shamar.
Yeah, he's worked out the ideal length to bowl on this pitch. Have a look at that in the corridor. Ali Agha caught on the crease, extra pace, just completely blowing him away. But look at that, completely turning him around. Stumps flying, reminiscent of what we've seen in the past. We've spoken about that rich history here in the West Indies of fast bowling. An acknowledgement there from Ali Agha, just a bit too good. And the West Indies now, they've brought Rizwan to the crease. He's a class player. Wicket keeper batter. Loves to get on with things, loves to feel ball on bat. But Shamar Joseph once again, have a look at this spell. 4 overs, 2 maidens, just the 5 runs conceded and that wicket. Top stuff from the West Indian fast bowler.
Those numbers, that's why I said it was building. That's the discipline that I was talking about with Carlos Brathwaite this morning. Sometimes you have to be boring and patient and hold and build. That's the template sometimes. Top of off. Extremely principled bowling spell. Again, we saw Muhammad Ali put in the work yesterday on day 1 and bear the fruit of it yesterday. Stand up to the stumps for Justin Graves as well. Good on Shan Masood. I know a number of people in Pakistan, but not sure what time it is there. PM. Top of off, straightens, just straightens. I don't blame Salman Ali Agha there at all.
You can't blame him for that dismissal. An absolute peach of a delivery. Not much he could have done. Obviously, when he reviews this later on, he'll probably think maybe I could hold the side on position, but it's coming in. And just holds its line. You see there, acknowledgement. Nothing I could have done. Too good. Good wrist position from Joseph. And Shan here, yesterday when he was driving, he was squirting the ball a lot squarer the wicket. Here today, more in front of him, more into that mid-off, extra cover region. Just telling you, he's feeling a lot more comfortable at the crease now. Faced 181 deliveries. Absolutely key in this situation. If the West Indies can remove him here, still 67 runs behind. Bringing Jamal to the crease, he'll give them a real opportunity.
We look at world cricket and we look all over the world, and we're happy for generally cricketers, and Shan is one of those I've always had great admiration for. The other big thing in his life was when he lost his sister a few years ago. I think Mishu in 2021.
it really opened up his eyes and gave him perspective, he says, about what is important. He went on social media and he says the most precious thing in his life was his sister. And he says it put him in a different space as to what's important in life and put his cricket into perspective. And if you've ever lost a family member, particularly one who's close to you, you understand what Shan Masood was talking about. Even as sportsmen, you're not immune from instances of life. He's always busy, Rizwan, bat dropping up, picking it up.
Another one hits the stumps. The irrepressible Justin Graves as well. Back-to-back strikes for the West Indies. Little bit of a collapse.
Finally one on the money from Justin Graves in that right area. Maybe a bit too wide to begin with, but he's found that line and length perfect. Maybe a slight inside edge, yes. Slight edge, back onto the stumps. Greaves picks up his first. He'll be happy with that. Removing the Centurion, Shan Masood, for 109, the first 100 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. He has to go though. And Pakistan now up against it, 244 for 5.
The importance of bowling discipline and patience is bearing fruit. It took a while, but now Amir Jamal is in. Was really good with the bat in that debut series in Australia.
That was a fantastic piece of bowling from Justin Graves. Wicket maiden. Finally on the money, right line, right length, just a hint of movement back in. Masood probably for the first time getting the hands a bit too far out in front, creating a bit of a gap. And Justin Graves, a fantastic fourth, fifth seamer for the West Indies.
And both wickets have come in maiden overs. Youngsters around the Caribbean again. We're preaching the virtues, even for Pakistan. Muhammad Abbas and Muhammad Ali showed us the virtues of finding the length and being patient. Two ways you can go against Mohammad Rizwan. Probing lines and lengths, high concentration in that good length area. Pulsing delivery is the wicket. Low order partnership 7-10, Pakistan down the bottom. So West Indies will hope that they can remove what is in front of them right now. This one can play though, busy.
West Indies would have lost their last 7 wickets for 117. Last 5 for 54, so West Indies would be hoping to replicate that. Even better it. That Ahmed Jamal had a brilliant series versus Australia, brilliant debut series. He's been dropped and come back. That's something we've spoken about a lot. Bish is showing that resolve. He's mentioned that with Shan Masood. Now Ahmed Jamal. Just as a sportsman overall, you've got to be able to handle disappointment and bounce back. I think in England football they call it bounce back ability. Got to be able to handle success and failure. Stumps flying, and it's a sight we love to see here in the West Indies. Once again, tumbling that off stump, going flying back. Justin Graves, not known for his pace, but quick enough to knock those stumps out the ground. And the West Indies have their tails up. Just the one run so far in this over. Still keeping the pressure. Two new batters at the crease.
Important thing is not to try to bite off more than you can chew. Stick to your principles. When stump hunting, they're pad hunting, Shamar. Same principles apply. You might attack the newer batter, I suppose, a little bit more initially.
He's lost his patience slightly. Something we saw a lot from Pakistan on day one. Not managing to string those dots together. But Shamar has been fantastic in this spell. Maybe just going searching a little bit there. Foundation has to be laid on or just outside that off stump. Final delivery, 4 runs from the over. That's the area. That's the area. Well set field as well. Heavily set offside field for Rizwan. 4 from it, 2 for 8 for 5.
Took the world by storm on that tour of Australia. Shamar Joseph, and has continued to be good. Cycle. Shamar averaging just about 20, a touch below, with 31 wickets, the leader in this cycle for the West Indies. Jaden Seals continuing his good work. Alzari not here. I'll probably ask Mali later on tomorrow why. Graves, we did a little feature on him this morning and his value to do 2 jobs, the holding job if necessary. And he picked up, for example, 3 important wickets in that test match against Sri Lanka, and he's been doing it a lot actually. Medium pace.
Quite a versatile cricketer, Justin Graves. Just has that ability as well to maybe just be a tad bit quicker than you expect. Just there through the gap. Once again, another goes middle stump this time, flying out the ground. So the West Indies here finding wickets a bit more regularly on day 3. Their third, Justin Graves is second. Jamal goes for just 3. Full in length. No real stride, the feet go nowhere. Breaches the defenses. Justin Graves, you were just saying how important he is to this West Indian lineup. Jamal has to go for just 3, it's 2 for 8 for 6.
Ali Usman come to the crease with work to do. Didn't manage to prize out wickets. But again, they put in the investment in the first hour, the West Indies. And we talk about investment spells. And now reaping the rewards. If it just shaped away in the air and then decked a little bit back on pitching. Outstanding from Graves.
Been good to see is how he's gotten a lot more control back of that wrist position. Was just struggling a bit yesterday, spraying the ball, not really honing in on his areas, but here on day 3, been absolutely superb.
Filling up the slip cordon, and I think that's the right thing to do. Ali Usman does have a first-class 100, but I think you want to fill up the slip cordon a bit more actually and attack him at least for a couple of balls a bit more. Maybe even a short leg. He has 5 half-centuries and 100 in first-class cricket.
Yeah, he's quite a tall guy, Justin Graves. Delivers from quite high, at times just gets that ball to bounce.
That's a good sight for the West Indies. Well, it's on tour, I always tell the story. Touring, doing what we all do, Mali, as you would know, you're doing your job. And we had some great battles with Barbados domestically for Trinidad and Tobago over the years. One year, I can't remember where I was, whether I was in New Zealand or something, and I switched on to a stream of, must have been a stream, Barbados playing, and I saw Justin Graves opening the bowling, and I thought to myself, okay, that's a bit of a climb down from some of the high pace that we used to see with the new ball for Barbados. Former West Indies under-19 player, I think it might have been 2012, I think. Short leg needed. Forgive me, Justin, if it was a little bit later. Love him. Met his father the other night. Lovely man. 248 for 6.
What a half an hour play that's been for the West Indies since that drinks break. Wickets falling quite quickly. That's the session, but for most of the session, Pakistan were in control. It shifted considerably. Rizwan now, last remaining established batter, will have a lot of responsibility, and the way he manages the remaining resources. Hello, Carlos.
Morning, Samuel. It feels as though a lot has changed since you and I have last been on air. Shows how quickly things can change in the longest format. It's a real test of skill, of character, of will. Who's willing to toil longer, harder and better in search of delayed gratification. The field, they've at least opened at one end.
.250 on the board now with 7 wickets in hand. When they started, they were looking to surge ahead. West Indies now with an opportunity to create a lead if they can get a couple wickets. Still a lot of work to be done though. Sometimes these lower order runs can be so frustrating. Rizwan will have to determine how he wants to play the remainder of this innings. They're looking for another couple. As he is good running again. Graves has been good again, Carlos.
Yeah, he's been really good. Normally when he comes on, there's more control, but there's a little bit of guile in what he does and how he does it. He knows he isn't of tremendous pace. He uses his angles. He dragged Shan Masood wide, forced him to come across, and then slipped one straighter. And that's how he was able to sneak between bat and pad, because he was trying to get out to get bat on ball. Didn't expect an inside edge, you didn't expect it to go that way, but it's the thinking, it's the setup, it's the execution, it's the discipline. That's the delayed gratification you're talking about, the reward. Dragging him wide and then snipping between bat and pad.
I suppose the question is, Carlos, what does that dismissal represent, even for a batter who had just scored a century on this surface? You feel as though you're not quite set.
Yeah, and you look at the West Indies innings as well. Shea Hope 92, Kevin Hodge 84. You can get in and you work hard for your runs. A 50 from Imam Al-Haq as well, but it has not, for any stretch of imagination, been a road. And I think Shan Masood would think back to earlier when he got a little bit of luck as well because of solid intent. But on this occasion, the discipline of the West Indies bowlers snatched the luck away from him.
And I just wonder how much significance will a 20, 30, 40 run difference mean for either of these two teams. Can West Indies get a 30, 40 run lead, or can Pakistan still push to surge ahead by about 30, 40? How telling would that be in the second innings? Still trailing by 59, so talking about if they can add maybe 100 more to where they currently are. West Indies, can they get those remaining wickets within the next 20, 30 runs? Looking for a single, but he gets a 4. Rizwan doesn't keep the strike, but he adds 4 more to the total, 256 for 6. $256 for 6. Shamar Joseph just makes his way out of the field, perhaps momentarily. Very hot and humid. He got an important wicket. Graves continues. Play and a miss. I suppose there would be a little temptation in the mind of Ruston Chase, Carlos, to perhaps get one of his more established seamers on from that end. Last ball of the previous over. But Graves is showing that he's doing just enough to still get another wicket.
I think that's the consideration. When do you go all out attack? It's still Mohammad Rizwan from one end. So whilst you want to go bang bang and get rid of the tail as quickly as possible, I think Ruston Chase may also be thinking he has an element of control from this Justin Graves end with a wicket-taking ability because he's gone double strike. But he thinks he's getting the best of both worlds with Justin from one end and the ability to potentially rotate the seamers from the other. I think if they get Mohammad Rizwan though, And 2 becomes 3 for Justin Graves. Wicket to wicket has been the mantra, and it's been successful. Ali Usman getting a cold shoulder from Mohammad Rizwan, but he's reviewed it just in time.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the feet, it's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Appears to be missing the bat here. Can we confirm with Ultra Edge, please? Clear gap as the ball passes the bat. No bat involved. Ball tracking, please. Pitching outside off, impact in line, wicket sitting, original decision out. Richard, stay with your out decision. You're on screen signal now.
Decision upheld. Another wicket for Justin Graves, another wicket for the West Indians. They're making this session their own. Has to do with their unrelenting approach. Goes without scoring, 256 for 7. Shahzad, the new batter for Pakistan, a best of 18, has a couple half centuries in first-class cricket. But these conditions here are very tricky. You're seeing that movement. Justin Graves is getting enough lateral movement on the surface. Didn't even turn back to look at the umpire. He was absolutely convinced. He's honing on that stump line.
Yeah, this is why I don't think Ross and Chaser want to change him, because he's doing the job. There's an element of control, but there's also a little bit of wicket-taking ability because of the lateral movement. So he's not just holding an end.
Is he bowling at the right pace to get the most movement from the surface? So the Pakistan bowlers, when they operated, not high pace as well, but they were able to get some prodigious movement off the surface. So I just wonder if it has to do with that, the pace at which you operate on this particular 22 yards. Right, Mohammad Rizwan gets the strike, third consecutive wicket maiden for Graves, 256 for 7.
Change ball and right arm over.
.55 runs the deficit. Rizwan on strike. How does he play this now, Carlos, as Kemar Roach back into the attack?
I think you'll start to see him start to get funky. Maybe some dinks, some more expansive stroke play. This is where he has to now farm strike. Find a way to bat 4 or 5 deliveries and then get off strike. There's also a level of showing some sort of faith in your lower order. I mean, to be honest, for Pakistan, there's not much faith based off history. Been just 125 plus partnership. Look at the average of the lower order from 7 to 10, just 8.5. So some would have felt that collapse was always around the corner. Hamid Rizwan stands in the way of further collapse. But I think what we've seen, the quick wickets, that has definitely been could it be 3? Won't be. Definitely a result of patience. You look at pre and post the water break. So in the first hour they bowled 13 overs, 42 without loss. And you just felt as though it wasn't doing that much, but they built pressure. And then post the water break, once they were able to make that initial breakthrough of Salman Aliaga, they've gone 15 runs for 4 wickets in 7 and a little bit overs. So it goes to show what we've been speaking about all along. How can you build enough pressure, and then once you get that wicket and you break the partnership, it can suddenly tumble. We saw similar feat in the West Indies innings, starting the second day on a similar number. 1 batter in, 1 batter just about getting set, and a similar collapse. The question is, how much of this deficit can Pakistan eat into, potentially get a lead? Or for the West Indies, how quickly can you get rid of these last 3 wickets and keep as big a lead as possible?
He takes a single off the 4th ball of the over. West Indies lost their last 3 wickets for just 8 runs. Pakistan, they've just lost 3 for 4 runs. So it's been eerily similar, the West Indian innings and the Pakistan innings. Pakistan 4 for 12 in totality so far. So that's, I suppose, prophetic collapse coming to fruition. Couple deliveries Roach has now at Shazad. 2 slips and a gully. Can he topple him?
Just want to get that mid-wicket or cover for that matter into a short leg. Not necessarily for the extreme pace we know Kemar Roach doesn't have, but more for that in-swing. Can you get a little bat on to pad to pop up?
Huge shot. Might be some bit of bat involved. Inside edge, perhaps. An initial huge shot, but then it dissipated quite quickly.
That's why I'd love to see a short leg. There's a reason he's batting at number 9. There's a reason Pakistan has the numbers they have for the lower order. It's a real opportunity for bat on to pad to just pop up somewhere and around the neighboring pitches, left or right. You open up that cover region, you entice the lower order batter to play that drive and open up against the swing.
Edge but short. Was what he needed to do with those 2 deliveries, 259 for 7. combination of the drums and that shack creating an atmosphere. Graves with his career best at the moment. Can he improve on previous 3-4? Can he get a 4-4 for the first time? Continues to grow in stature with the bat. We've seen a few centuries from him, but he's done this job as well quite well. Gets important wickets for the West Indies.
And these are the 3 wickets. 3-wicket maidens tells the story of the pressure built before the destruction. Timber on a couple of occasions, and then one of the easier LBW decisions you'd have to make.
Hasn't conceded a run going into his 4th consecutive over now, Justin Graves. So in addition to getting wickets, he's building pressure from that southern end. That's what bowling coach Ravi Rampal will be most pleased with. Another one, a 4th wicket for Justin Graves, make that 4 in 4 overs. And he gets the wicket of Mohammad Rizwan. The West Indians are cockahoo.
This has been a spectacular seam bowling exhibition from Justin Graves. The outstretched hands with the waving, wagging index finger. It's an index finger that's wagged 4 times back to back. Mohammad Rizwan, the last of them, 259 for 8, Pakistan.
How things have changed in the space of half an hour, 45 minutes or so. Mohammad Abbas, new batter for Pakistan. They still trail by 52. Not too long ago, they were thinking about a healthy lead. Now, they're striving to get to parity. But this man, Justin Graves, career best figures for him. Searching for a first 5-wicket haul. Thick outside edge. Shea Hope does the rest. Understand what he's trying to do, or was trying to do, Mohammad Rizwan, with that lower order now. Slips are well spread. Hasn't conceded a run now on 4 wickets for Graves.
Yeah, good spell of bowling. Top spell of bowling. Actually beating him for pace. Hitting so low on the bat. A celebration that we've seen quite a few times now in this half hour. Conversations with the legend. When it started the show so far for the morning.
Another wicket maiden for Graves. 259 for 8. Yeah, confirmation of his career best in Test match cricket, 3 for 39. Not too long ago against Sri Lanka. 3-wicket haul against Australia, but this one, first time he's broached 4 wickets in Test match cricket. Can he get a fifer? Graves has been absolutely phenomenal at the start of day 3. 4 consecutive wicket maidens, folks. All right, Shamar Joseph, so just a 1 over for Kemar Roach. And that's in there, but over the top. Going away to the leg side. Gets the 4 through that vacant 3rd region.
Yeah, extra pace from Shamar Joseph to try to clean up the lower order, but I think we'll start to see a few shots similar to this. We won't care how it comes, but that's 4 more to the total and 4 less for the deficit.
Just shouting out some instructions there, Avi Rampal. Yeah, Graves, I mentioned 4 consecutive wicket maidens. Generally some tight lines. That was the wicket of Shan Masood, and looking to finish the majority of the time on the stumps. So really good bowling, really good construction of a spell. Every single delivery, just targeting that front pad, targeting the stumps. Wonderful exhibition and richly rewarded. West Indies lost 4 wickets in session 1 yesterday. Pakistan, they've lost 5 wickets in session 1 today. Is he going to try something short, a little bit short first, get him tentative on that front foot? That ball might be a little bit more effective, Carlos, if he pushes him back a little bit firstly.
Yeah, he went for a double bluff. I think he didn't sell it well enough. Stand at top of your mark and ensure that the batter sees deep square. Then he wonders what's coming. But yeah, with 2 balls to go now, 3 balls then, you would have thought it would have been 2 short and then 1 by the toes. 2 by the nose, 1 by the toes. He still has 2 balls to work with. Can he go shorter now and scramble his feet for the last delivery?
Yeah, that's it. That's what we're after. A couple short deliveries, as you mentioned, a little bit earlier in the over, and then go for the toes. Manages somehow to keep that one out. There's a silly mid-on. Whether this one end up though somewhere on the pitch, and no one could have gotten close to it. So easily could have gone to, I think, Amir Jangu. Yep, there he is. Yeah, well away from him.
Get another fielder under the helmet. Don't need a point. There's a reason they're batting at 9 and 10. If he tries to go through point for a slip and second slip, probably has some work to do.
That smoked. He perhaps was expecting that, telegraphed, and a wonderful strike for 4. That would be the last bit of activity in the first session of day 3. Shazad certainly enjoyed that one. But what an entertaining session we've had. Short, yeah, just latches onto it. Well in front of square. Shamar Joseph wouldn't mind that too much. They still have a lead of 44 runs. The man of the moment, though, certainly has to be Justin Graves for his 4-wicket haul. Yes, you can smile. Usually quite reticent and reserved, but he's offered us a little smile, which indicates his contentment with his day's work so far. Still a couple wickets to get, though, and he'll be hoping he can register a first 5-wicket haul. A lot more to do for Pakistan. Shan Masood registered in that session the first ever Test match century at this venue, but they still trail by 44. Preston Chase still with that finger injury, so not able to bowl. We haven't seen him yet. Confirmation of this batting effort. Shan for 109. Salman added a few more to his score, ended up on 20, but it's been a procession once the West Indies got that first. It took some time to do so, but since then, it's been all West Indies.
One massive partnership. Shan Masood, Imam ul Haq, that was yesterday. Salman Aliaga and Shan Masood today, 47. But little to nothing after that. And fourth on the list with 4 in the right-hand column, Justin Graves, chief destroyer. 4 for 27. A brave man trying to take the ball away from him after the break in search of his first 5er. 311 West Indies yesterday, 267 for 8 today. Shan Masood with the first century at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, but Pakistan still trail by 44 runs.
Yeah, just in case you missed any of the action, it was Shan Masood and Salman Aliaga who got things going. There was a huge shout. It was given on field, but it was reviewed. It was missing, just missing. So he survived, was relieved. Yes, there you see that relief. Ima Roach continued to plug away from around the wicket. Gift of 5 runs here when he was in the 90s. Shan Masood line up a first ever Test match century here. A few crisp drives along the way. West Indies was searching desperately for a breakthrough. Another 4 down to that vacant 3rd man region. This was the moment, though, that you'd remember for a long time. A 7th Test match century. West Indies were much more disciplined today than they were yesterday, though at times errant. The first wicket came from Shamar Joseph, beaten all ends up, and then a few more fell quickly, Carlos.
Yeah, from here on in, it was grave danger. Justin, chief destroyer, a wrecking ball for the stumps of the Pakistani batters. Shan Masood first, Amir Jamal shortly after. And then you looked at the record of the Pakistan low order and you felt as though it would be a procession, and indeed it was. Graves again and again. Mohammad Rizwan, an important wicket. And the last over before lunch, it was still time for a little bit of power, a little bit of excitement from Karim Shazad as he took us into the lunch break with a slap through mid-wicket for 4.
5 wickets in that session, a tale of 2 halves really. Before drinks, 42 runs, no wickets in 13 overs, and then after the drinks, I just wonder what the West Indians drank. 5 wickets for 26 runs. Intriguing first session, and no doubt we look forward to more in the second session. We'll take a short break. We'll have more analysis of the morning session after that.
That is absolutely perfect. We call today moving day, third day of the test match, and the stumps were being rattled first by Shamar Joseph and then Justin Graves. He has been absolutely spectacular on his way to a career best with the ball. It has been all action here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in South Trinidad. At lunch, 267 for 8 Pakistan. They came into the morning session 199 for 3. Shan Masood had time to notch up his 7th test match, 163 to Imam yesterday. A couple of 20s along the way. It took a while for the West Indies to get into stride. They bowled patiently in the first hour, but after an hour and 10 minutes, Justin Graves and Shamar Joseph got into their act. 4 for 27 to Graves, 2 for 58 so far for Shamar Joseph. It means that Pakistan are still trailing by 44 runs, and much more to come here with bat and ball. Blazing sunshine, but we're happier for that than rain falling and inclement weather. There's a nice wind coming across my shoulder to my right, blowing over to Stacey Ann King and Mally Richards, who are alongside me. And we called each other this morning and said, blue is the order of the day with the T-shirt. So Stacey Ann, I'll start with you. And a session that produced 5 wickets, barren for an hour and 10 minutes initially. What changed?
Yeah, I think it's just a change in pace from the bowlers that came on, as well as the pressure from what was created in that hour 9 minutes. I think for Pakistan, they would think that, all right, this is what we needed to do in terms of see off that hard surface, that hard ball on the surface, any sort of moisture, any sort of movement, and they did that quite well until Justin Greaves made his way to the middle.
Yeah, we saw the heavy roller being applied this morning, actually, and that's something that it quietens the pitch for a while sometimes, Mally Richards. It allowed Shan Masood to get to that cherished landmark for the 7th time.
Yeah, a historic landmark indeed, the first here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And I thought he played really well. He blunted the good deliveries, looked to score whenever the ball was in his area. And for someone who's would have lost the captaincy, this is his first innings just being a regular player, showing that resolve to come back from that disappointment, kept playing shots throughout. As we said, he rode his luck, especially a few times the outside edge was taken. But anything straight, he clipped away, he kept up that positive intent. At times when he needed to defend, he did, and he reaped the rewards. A very good innings from him. He's been the standout batter for Pakistan in this test match so far.
And showing the type of commitment that you want for someone who was separated from the captaincy. He slotted back into the ranks very, very well. Stacey Ann, but after that 42 in the first hour, there was a collapse, 4 for 12, which eventually became 5 wickets. And look, it's a session that you have to call for patience. Sometimes you have to invest. The economy rate of 3.23 just before drinks and after drinks, everything seemed to have changed. The economy rate went further down with the 5 wickets that fell. So the wickets and the manner in which they came, we saw the stumps being rattled. What's the insight that went into it?
Yeah, I think what was able to happen from Shamar Joseph, his aggression, his pace, his seam movement sort of shook up the Pakistan batters. So for them, they realized that it was express pace coming from one end, and then there was the other bowler on the other end. But for him, I think hitting Shah Masood on the hand a few times really shook him a bit, and it shook the other batters because there were a few deliveries which we aren't seeing now. We're seeing the wickets that would have caused that questionable, brought some questions into the Pakistan batters' mind, but take nothing away from how excellent this has been from Justin Greaves. 4 wickets, 4 maiden over wickets in his spell so far. He's not that quick in terms of his bowling, but the areas in which he was able to bowl and produce those wickets, I think it was exceptional.
Yeah, control as well.
Yeah, fantastic control. As you said, it was led by Shamar Joseph. He set the tone for this bowling attack. Pakistan looking to blunt, wear down this West Indian attack. But Justin Graves, we spoke about him earlier today. His versatile nature, just what he brings to this West Indian lineup. In the slips with bat and also with ball here. Really coming to the party. 4 consecutive wicket maidens. That's special indeed. On a pitch that hasn't been the most helpful. He's found his line, he's found his length, and we spoke about it earlier as well this morning, Bish. This Pakistan lower order has the potential to be run through, and the West Indies put the ball in the good areas, knew they had to remove the set batter, and then it's been plain sailing ever since.
We've been singing a song from day one as well, a song that goes pitch the ball up, keep it on a full length, and you will get rewards if you can bowl straight enough largely. And certainly Graves to the left-handers, you can see the volume of deliveries, 44% in that full sort of area, and his control to the right-handers, very, very impressive, very full on most occasions. So there has been a secret across the first 2 days and a session of this test match. Shan Masood played so very well, but I think Carlos Brathwaite made a point about the sequence of deliveries, and I always sing this: you don't look at wickets in isolation, you're looking at what came before.
Yeah, just what Justin Greaves was able to do. A few deliveries going away and away and away. So having him think that, yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen, and then bowling that channel, in that channel, hitting the deck in that channel, wicket to wicket stumps, and something that we were talking about, that enough deliveries weren't being bowled in those channels. So to see him set up that wicket in that type of way, it's something that Pakistan did in the first innings.
It's important to remember as well, Mali, that, look, we talk about the construction of a bowling attack. It's not everyone doing the same thing, being the same pace, being the same height. You need your Shamar Joseph, you need your Jaden Seals, your Roach and your Graves.
Yeah, you need that diversity in your bowling attack. We still haven't seen much of Jamel Warrican with his left arm orthodox. In fact, spin hasn't played that much of a role over the past 3 days. But we know as this pitch wears, spin will come more and more into the game. That's where you think the spinners will come in. But the pace bowlers, highly versatile, highly diverse. No Alzari Joseph, as we mentioned, but Justin Graves just showing his value to this team, coming in normally as a 5th seamer at times. Here he's the 4th seamer, but playing a very good role indeed.
And for every family, you need a parent, you need a grandparent, and in this family of bowling for the West Indies, Kemar Roach is that man. He has grown to legendary status, and a few weeks ago, he got to that cherished landmark of 300 test match wickets.
Boy, words can't explain, man. Thinking about all the years, the journey I've been on to get to this point, it's very emotional right now. I'm trying to put it together, but you know, I'm grateful. Obviously, I'm getting it with a win as well, and here at a ground that I've done very well at, Antigua. I'm definitely over the moon right now.
On behalf of the team and CWI, we want to recognize your contribution to West Indies cricket and get into that very important landmark of 300 test wickets.
Obviously, I started under some very uncomfortable circumstances, but you know what? I think I was destined to get here. I think I'm a very spiritual person. I try to keep in my little bubble, obviously, and focus on what I have to do and be professional. So I always try to put my best effort when I go on the field. So obviously, the longer you play, the closer you get, you tell yourself, you know what, it's probably possible. But at the beginning, I never thought I would be here for 300 test wickets. It's amazing, you know, because obviously you look at those fast bowlers before me, and I'm nowhere near as great as those guys. Those guys definitely laid a foundation for us to be West Indies cricketers, and I give them all the respect that they deserve. But for a young player coming up now, it's like, believe, man, believe. It might seem a long way away, but you know, If you just keep working hard, try to enjoy it, because enjoyment is a very important part of it. If you don't enjoy it, it becomes even harder. So you try to enjoy it, you know, put the hard yards in, you put the work in, you know, you stay focused, you know, you try to improve yourself every year. And I think, you know, the sky's the limit for everyone. And I'm very happy that, you know, to be a part of a very young bowling lineup as well. And I think the three guys that are also behind me, they have a chance to surpass me as well. A hard worker, a team man. I just want people to remember me as someone who went out for West Indies and gave his all, man. That's all I can ask. I don't ever consider myself as a great player. I just think I just do I do a good job, very good. That's it. I listen to my coaches, I take information on board from everyone, and I just take what is needed and just try to be a better cricketer. That's all I try to do.
.300 then, 301 now, and he'll be hoping for more to add to that. Kemar Roach says he never thinks about himself as a great player, Stacey, and I'll come to you again. But he's got some young men behind him, and not only is he trying to make further inroads for West Indies, but he's trying to be a teacher.
Yeah, and it's something that we love about him, Kemar Roach, just how he has been able to sort of work with that young bowling team, that young West Indian bowling lineup, how he shares and imparts knowledge and possibly responds to those questions as well. I remember Jaden Seals picking up his fifer and running and literally celebrating with him because they know the work that has been put in and just the understanding. Like for Kemar Roach to see him, Jaden Seals and the others, but Jaden Seals in particular, achieve such a milestone when he picked up that fifer and beyond. It's just so amazing for him because he feels like I'm handing on the baton.
Mali, we all need that link. It's one of the things that perhaps a couple of generations, pre my time and post my time, we didn't keep that link from X to Y. How important is Roach?
Oh, he's absolutely key. He will be that link now between Jaden Seals, Azari, Joseph, and a few other younger seamers in the ranks that will come through. All that knowledge will be imparted onto them, and they'll be better bowlers for it. And that's the role I think he's playing now. Very skillful, still earns his play in this team on his performances, and I still think he's got a little bit more in the tank. Don't retire just yet, Kemar. You still got a bit more to contribute to West Indies cricket yet.
He'll give you the look that he gave me when I said that to him a couple of days ago. Let's link this lunchtime interval and the first session to what is coming up next and what you expect to see middle session.
Yeah, well, I'm happy that lunch came at the time in which it did because kind of happy and kind of sad because we were speaking earlier and we were saying, can we just push back lunch because of the momentum that is happening out in the middle? But for the bowlers, you just want them to have that break, have that conversation with their coaches, understand the areas that Justin Greaves has just picked up wickets at, and the others to now continue with a game plan after lunch to possibly pick up those two and West Indies get in there.
A few fans here would agree with you. I was coming down the stairs and they said, oh gosh, what an exciting morning. Test match cricket. Thank you very much to Mali Richards and thank you very much to World Cup winner Stacey Ann King. The crowd is excited. I'm sure you watching by television around the region and across the world are enjoying this. There was a classic between these two teams back in 2021, a drawn series in Kingston, Jamaica. We get a chance now to reflect on the excellence of that series. Enjoy this memorable look back.
Edge straight away. Edged and gone. Another one for the West Indies and another one for that man, Kemar Roach.
Yeah, the first day is said to be challenging. And Kemar Roach is asking all sorts of questions from these Pakistan batting lineup.
And again, stifle appeal, unmove the umpire.
Watch your edge coming up, keep rolling. Yeah, there's a spike as the ball is next to the bat. Then I go back to the on-field umpire. Greg, you have to change your not out decision. You're on screen, change to out.
Smashed away. Short and loose. Finds the gap inadvertently.
Went for it, executed it brilliantly, a dazzling shot. Beautiful adjustment.
Nice from Fawad Alam. No pulling that back. Joseph himself has to retrieve it. Oh, that's a brilliant snaffle. Holder thinks he has his man. Absolutely superb from Roach and Holder.
Just opened the blade on that one for him, Ashraf.
Well, he's giving him out.
Brilliant from Holder, brilliant from Da Silva. That's hit well. Takes forward into the 90s.
An innings of determination and resilience culminates in another Test match century for Fawad Alam. His 5th in Test match cricket.
Just one ball. No.
Call is for 2. Will be run out. He just sold his partner under the bus.
In the air should be simple catch. Yes, taken. Jaden Seals gets another wicket for the West Indies. Well, decision made by Pakistan. Decision to declare and close their first innings in this second Test match.
A huge shot. And he's given him the Shaheen Shah Afridi and the strikes early. Clean them up. Full, straight, a little bit of swing. And good enough. And this one was short and hammered over mid-wicket. All the way for 6.
That's hit away. And we'll run into the boundary now.
Again, he gets rust and chase. It's coming in this time, not going away.
Edge. And gone this time. This time it carries.
Badly lined leg buys, I think. But 4 valuable runs, 50 up for the West Indies.
Worked away. Made it look very easy, and Nkrumah Bonner got enough bat on that one, just broke his wrist.
Has it carried? Abbas thinks so, Rizwan thinks so, and Bonner is walking. 3 in a row. 3 noughts in a row for Carl Mayers.
Beautiful. That's a terrific shot. Another appeal. And he gives him again. It's gone for it. Short delivery, just swiveled on it. That's impressive, very impressive. Edged. Shaheen Shah Afridi prevails once more.
But really a poor shot from Jason Holder. Front foot stops and the bat just goes way out in front of him.
He goes for it. Kemar Roach and gets it right. Goes all the way for 6. One-hander. Baba Azam
Gets the edge, but gets the boundary. Abid Ali. Magnificent shot. Just goes to show. Might just be another boundary. 6 fours of Jaden Seals.
Got him this time. Alzari Joseph, well, he's worked hard in the first innings with no success. Immediately, success for him.
That is brilliantly held.
It's in the air, top edge, and that's the end of Azhar Ali.
Catch it.
No doubt about that one. More quick runs. There's the Yorker. There's the white ball death bowling skill of Jason Holder once again.
This is in the air, and will it be taken? It is.
That's wonderfully executed by Karen Paul.
That's gonna go for 4. And to add insult to injury, gets hit for 4 the next delivery.
It's a brilliant catch.
Edged and taken. Spin comes into play. Norman Ali. In the air and gone. Goes over the top immediately.
Goes again. Maz in an aggressive mood.
Edged, taken. Shaheen Shah Afridi.
Lofted drive, fielder settles. Doesn't take the catch.
Gap finding supreme. Easily done. They've been planning for that. In swing. Finger goes up. Shaheen Shah Afridi once again with that late movement.
Over the top from Joshua De Silva. And a couple bounces into the boundary. In the air and taken. Fahim Ashraf completes the catch. And victory for Pakistan. 10 wickets in the match for that man, Shaheen Shah Afridi.
That is absolutely perfect.
is top class.
Welcome back to South Trinidad, to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, Day 3, heading into the second session. West Indies up against Pakistan. The match nicely positioned. Intriguing first session. Shan Masood registering a 7th Test match century, 109. 63 yesterday for Imam ul Haq, but it has been a West Indian first session. And the man of the moment, Justin Graves, career best 4 for 27, 4 consecutive wicket maidens for him. Frugal and incisive. Second hour produced some scintillating bowling from the West Indies. Shamar Joseph firstly knocking back the off stump of Salman Aliaga. Just enough away movement, seam movement. And that was the opening that the West Indians were searching for after a solid start by Pakistan. And then the Centurion knocked over by Justin Graves. Good construction of that spell to get that inside edge. And the off stump goes for a walk. First of 4 wickets for him in quick succession. Through the gates, Amir Jamal not good enough to keep that one out. Maybe didn't do too much, but gets him another. West Indies were on the rise. Ali Usman going for North. Again targeting the stumps on that front part. Enough movement to beat the bat. The hallmark of his bowling spell. Not too much pace, but just skillful enough to get the outside edge of Mohammad Rizwan. She-Hope finishing things off at the back. The last of the recognized batters for Pakistan. And Graves, an elated man. So things nicely positioned. Still trailing by 44 runs, Pakistan. A couple wickets inside. West Indies will be hoping that they can get a 30-run lead or so. Pakistan still hoping that they can inch closer towards the West Indian first innings score of 311. Four wickets yesterday morning in the first session, 5 wickets this morning. West Indians buoyed by that first session's work. Stacey and King alongside me. Good afternoon, Stacey. What are your expectations now?
Good afternoon, Samuel. Good afternoon, everyone. As this pair makes their way to the lunch interval, West Indies will be happy with how proceedings went just before. They'll possibly be aiming to see how quickly they can pick up these 2 wickets. Show has been all Justin Graves. Amazing bowling spell. 4 for him, 2 for Shamar Joseph. Seals and Roach with 1 apiece.
Yeah, I think if there were any questions as Mohammad Abbas gets ready to face the first delivery after lunch, if there were any questions in that dressing room during the luncheon interval as to who would start the bowling from that southern end, Justin Graves would put both hands up. Give me the ball. I'm on 4 wickets. I'm making this ball talk. Give it to me. Well, they've given it to him. Just reflecting on what he's done in this test match with the ball, Justin Graves. First spell, wicketless, 18 runs, a little bit on the expensive side. But in this second spell, just 9 runs, into his 7th over now. 4 wickets, and 4 of those wickets came in maiden overs as well.
Yeah, he's not express pace, Justin Greaves. So his strategy would rely heavily on hitting good lengths. And what he'll try to continue to do is suffocate the batsmen with dot balls, keep building that pressure and force them to make mistakes, which they have done.
Mohamed Abbas would argue that he played inside the line, looked at it all the way. Just pulled his bat away, but it was after the ball passed. So good probing stuff here from Justin Greaves. The slip is well spread. Look at the 3 fielders in that slip region. And they're quite far from each other. Wouldn't want anything to go between them. What sort of lateral movement was available? The seam movement. Have a look at the actual delivery with and without deviation. And just enough there to get the inside edge. What is the trajectory of this one? To beat that inside edge as well. Then that LBW, so there's just enough for him to create problems.
And usually he plays the role of holding up an end for the first change bowlers to sort of get a rest. You mentioned at the start of this match, it's a blank script for players to sort of etch their names.
Edged, carries through to Shea Hope a first 5-wicket haul. They'll just want to check to make sure. But Justin Greaves is celebrating, West Indians are celebrating. And is this a maiden fifer in Test match cricket? And he just wants to make absolutely sure that the catch was taken cleanly.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review for a fair catch. I've checked the feet, it's a fair delivery. Can you start with front on, please? Yeah. Ball is passing close to the outside edge. Can you have ultra edge to confirm, please? Clear spike when the ball is next to the bat. Can you roll it through for the catch, please? Okay, ball has clearly gone into the gloves. Satisfied the ball has carried. I'm ready with my decision for the big screen.
Right, confirmation. It is out, and Justin Greaves has etched his name indelibly in the history books here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. First 5-wicket haul. Abbas goes without scoring, 9 down, 267 on the board. New batter, Muhammad Ali. Careful with the ball. And this session actually after lunch yesterday has to do some work now with the bat. It has to be some type of record for Justin Graves. There's an edge there as well. 5 wickets in 5 consecutive maiden overs. Can you believe it?
It has to be one for the history books. Just fishing, just hanging that bat outside the off. Gets the edge, and it does die just before. Sort of gets to the wicketkeeper, but did well, Shea Hope. Got down in time and got into his gloves. 5 wickets.
Shazad trying to get a few. He's already got a couple boundaries to his name. Trying to get close as possible to that West Indian total, and fielders have been dispatched far and wide. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on now. Wants a third as well, does he? He doesn't, not for now anyway. 5 maidens, 5 wickets for Justin Graves. What a spell. When you thought that he was just doing the holding role, he provided the incisions.
He had 4 5-wicket hauls in first-class cricket as well. But this one, this is what stands out.
6 for 23, that collapse for Pakistan. Goes hard at it again. I just wonder if that third would be useful, because if he does edge it, it's going to fly.
It's a good offer for white ball cricket. Just probably trying to maximize on many as they can get. Pakistan still trail by 44 runs.
Takes the single. So Muhammad Ali has a couple deliveries to negotiate. There's one delivery actually to negotiate. Fielders will go back into that slip region. Well watched. 268 for 9.
Shan Masood standing out with what, 109 from 184. Imam also got a start, 63 from 102. U20s. The Pakistan scorecard.
That century from Shan Masood, and that 155-run partnership with him and Imam. Change in bowling now from the southern end, Jayden Seals. There's a lot of connection in that. We'll get a couple runs. Graves 5 wickets in 5 maidens, but he's now been replaced by Seals.
So some of you all at home are watching on and possibly wondering why, questioning this change. Take nothing away from that one wicket that Jaden Seals picked up. And the aggression that he bowled with early on in his spell.
It could have gone either way. He could have continued with Justin Graves because of his wicket-taking ability here today, or bring Seals, who has a lot more pace than Graves and who too can get wickets. Maybe wanted Graves to get that 5-wicket haul. It's in the air, but it won't take a single. Shamar Joseph is also an option just to topple this final wicket. Graves with his incisions, though I would have opted to continue with him. He's for a couple more overs. Absolutely brilliant figures for Justin Graves. Just a 1 over after lunch, so it's not to say that he's exhausted or anything like that.
I think he's also said to the coaches that he's no longer just holding up an end. And these are his 5 wickets. And pitching inline, stump to stump, but not as pacey. The other West Indian bowlers able to pick up a few edges. Excellent figures, career best figures for him.
Connected, and connected really well by Shazad, all the way for 6 in fact. Brings the deficit now down to 35.
And this is probably the message from Pakistan's dressing room when Ali came out to the middle. Let's try to bring down that deficit. Get a few runs, hit a few shots.
.276 for 9.
Five for 27. 5 wickets came with 5 maidens as well. Enemy of 2.45. Excellent from Graves.
Yeah, Pakistan spent a couple of days in this test match constructing a position of strength, and the West Indians have demolished it in one unforgettable passage of play. They want a single now to get Shazad back on strike. Kumar Roach and the West Indians would be aware of that as well. You hear that alarm, signifies another infraction, so another run added to the total. Coming a little bit worrisome now for the West Indies.
Yeah, it's the 10th no ball that has been bowled for West Indies.
No run.
Sometimes as a fast bowler, a premier fast bowler, you can become a little bit anxious when last wicket pays out at the middle. They still have to remain patient and disciplined. Every bit of a lead here will count. And then I'm sure the opening batters, Brandon King, Tejan Chandrapal, they're already in their mind constructing their innings and the way they'd want to play, given what they've seen from the surface. Looking for improved batting display from the opening pair second time around. And they hustle through for the single with half the over remaining. And you can see Kima Roach just gesticulating. He wants protection on the boundary. We will have a long on for sure, a deep mid wicket for sure. Cover fielder just pushing back. Square leg and fine leg on the boundary as well.
Which means the plan will be to bowl into his body, have him pull into the leg side. Or try to outfox him with a slower delivery. That delivery 102 kilometers, 102.8 kilometers per hour, so much slower than his usual 128 plus.
Yeah, the transformation of this innings since that water break in the first session was created through disciplined approach. And once Shamar Joseph got that initial breakthrough, it was Justin Graves who just utilized the lateral movement to his and his team's benefit. These two who are batting out in the middle will be looking keenly as well at the surface to see what the ball is doing. 2 is the call. Just 1. So he gets the strike. Ali, 280 for 9. And looking to get to parity, Pakistan still 31 runs adrift. Not much in it in the first innings of the first test here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. But it really sets up an intriguing rest of day 3 and remaining days 4 and 5. He has his gloves, he has his hardball bat. Looking to get a knock in. What a swing. T20 cricket.
A bit of survival from the lower order batters. Not really known for their batting of the seamers, specialist seamers. Showing some grit and survival out in the middle.
The West Indian fast bowlers have dominated proceedings in the last few tests or so. They've taken 41 wickets and just a few by the spinners, just 4 by the spinners. So it's been these guys doing the damage. The bulk of the damage. In fact, West Indies have gone in with Ruston Chase as the frontline spinner in that Sri Lanka series. Have a close look at what he's doing. Over the top, that will bring him a couple. All right, what type of delivery is this young man bowling here? Let's have a look. Leg spin.
No.
So a wrist spinner, Stacey, recently represent the West Indies, youngest ever to make a one-day international debut. Vital Laws shown tremendous promise. I heard Rashid Khan speak about what his influence has done for Afghanistan, and we've seen a slew of Afghanistan spinners coming through because of him and the impact that he's had, the influence that he's had there. We're hoping as we can see a few more wrist spinners coming through our system here in the West Indies. We've had a few in the recent past. John Mutara, Micah McKenzie, and now Vital Laws. Maybe this young man is one for the future as well.
I was really impressed with Vital Laws and what he was able to do in that ODI series.
Maiden over from Jaden Seals, 280 for 9. I just had lunch, very delectable, if I might add. Lots of different cuisine available here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. You can have your roti. You can also have some chow. So many different options available. And you can also bring your own. If you don't want to purchase, you can walk with your own little meals. Just had lunch, but I'm still feeling a little bit peckish. Right, 4 overs away from when that second new ball becomes available. West Indies will be trying spin now for the first time on day 3 to see if he can wrap things up. Jamal Warrican from this northern end. He'll be targeting that front pad with the drift. If he's able to get it, the northeasterlies blowing across from left to right on off screen. Has protection as well in the deep. Right, what's on offer for the spinners now?
Yeah, he previously bowled at 14 for 49 without getting a breakthrough. Struck firmly. Possibly trying to find the areas, find the lengths that can be successful for him. I think varying his pace will be something that sort of helps because of that rough patch that is right in front of the batter.
Haven't seen a wicket fall into spin, and we've seen 19 wickets fall so far. Right, so we'll be looking to get a single now to get strike. Indians will be cued into that. All right, so a maiden over. Muhammad Ali on strike for the next 280 for 9. Sean name appears there for a few partnerships early on. Jaden Seals will continue. That kept low, absolutely low. It wasn't on target, but he'll remember that, Muhammad Ali, for when it's his turn to bowl, but this didn't get up at all.
Yeah, just sliding down, but hit under the knee roll. Pretty low bounce.
Once the single sent back, and the longer West Indies take to get this last wicket, Stacey, questions will be asked about why did they remove Justin Graves from the bowling attack, given what he did. 5 wickets, 5 maidens. Now almost halfway down, he completed a single all by himself. You get that from lower order batters. The judgment of singles, they aren't the best at it. Wow, beaten all ends up.
Ali just possibly trying to improve his strike rate in Test cricket. Just missing that outside edge of the bat. But yeah, it seems like it's easier for this pair to face the seam bowler compared to the lack of pace from Justin Greaves.
Yeah, that one seemed to have kept a little bit low as well. Just hitting the bottom portion of the bat. I wonder if this now is a sign of things to come. Look at where this one hits the bat. Yeah, way down at the bottom of the bat. And if this is a sign of things to come, every single run becomes important. 31 the lead at the moment.
No.
Well played. Maiden over, 280 for 9.
The second new ball available in 2 overs time. Stand still, trail by 31.
Justin Graves with a first ever 5-wicket haul here. Shan Masood with a first ever century here. So those 2 names will feature prominently in the history of the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. A couple overs away from when that new ball becomes available. I just wonder if the West Indies will take it straight away to get this final wicket. Or if they can get it before. Jamal Warrican continues. And he should be thinking about flighting it as much as he can. Tempt the lower order batters to go after it. He does have protection in the deep, so just toss it up. I wonder if Ruston Chase can have a fielder close by, a close catcher. Silly mid on, silly mid off.
And for him, just the memory as well, the memory of taking those 19 wickets in the test against Pakistan in Multan. Again, different conditions. He's made to work really hard here. Wicketless so far in his 16 overs.
Yeah, those 19 wickets coming across 2 test matches. Wonderful returns. See what he was trying to do there to hit that front part, but just toss it up, Jomel. Single so far from the over, so a couple quicker deliveries. Final delivery from the over. Well watched again. 281 for 9.
Been a fruitful session so far for the West Indies here on day 3, picking up 6 wickets for just 82. What's been interesting to see is that this Pakistan innings is almost following an identical pattern to what we saw from the West Indies. It'll be Jaden Seals to continue from the northern end. Joined by former West Indian all-rounder Carlos Brathwaite. What have you made of the West Indian bowling performance so far on day 3?
Yeah, we asked for a few things at the end of play yesterday and this morning. Consistency, discipline. I think we've seen that in abundance today, and it played out just how you expected. The first hour in the first session, they had to toil, they had to build that pressure, and they reaped the reward in the second session. Only thing left to do is get this wicket and get it as quickly as possible. 30 runs. I just think back to a potential comparison between this knock from Shahzad and the knock from Shamar Joseph yesterday. A quick 23 for him, leading by 30. How important could those runs be? And obviously now Shahzad trying to answer back with that lower order fight.
Has been a struggle for this Pakistan lower order in the last 5 test matches or so. They've really struggled to put partnerships together. This one 14 off 45. Hard though. Through the onside, a bit agricultural that from Shahzad. This lead so important. If the West Indies can come out of this innings with any sort of lead, they'll have to take a lot of credit for that. Pakistan starting 199 for 3 on day 3. But now he's starting to see a bit more attacking field with Muhammad Ali on strike. Got 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and the fine leg. Know how these lower order partnerships can be a little annoying. West Indies just 1 wicket to take. This pair 15, they've only managed 25 or more once as a lower order in terms of partnerships. But every run absolutely crucial here.
West Indies fans will probably be saying Justin Graves warm up again. Chief cook and bottle washer. Destruction of the Pakistan middle to lower order. This partnership as a bowling team, you see it as like nuisance runs. The bowlers want to get that last wicket, aid to the tally. The rest of the fielders want to get off and put the foot up, and the batters want to minimize this transition between fielding and having to be there, but also thinking about the knock.
Got to end 282 for 9. Looks like third umpire, or reserve umpire in Mr. Bassarath, bringing out the new ball. Looks like West Indies are going to take it. The first opportunity. And you just mentioned, Carlos, the 5 consecutive wicket maidens. What did you make of the decision to pull him out, especially only bowling 1 over after lunch?
Yeah, there would have been that question as well just before lunch. Has he done his job already? And in some quarters you say yes, get your more potent wicket takers on. And if you keep him all the way through up until lunch and he does so well, comes back, gets another wicket, can you just go right away through with him? He is accustomed to doing the donkey work, as we call it, but we also have to be wary that he's under a bit of load management because of a previous injury.
Wicket, so the new ball has struck. It only took one delivery. It was a bit of a heave that from Shazad. Fantastic catch by Shai Hope. Almost flying away to his right. It did fly. Good catch. The innings is over. Pakistan bowled out for 282.
Yeah, good grab from Shai Hope. But to start to make his way to his left with the swing of the ball and then planting that right foot and pushing off. Kemar Roach finishes as he started with a wicket. But the story of the day belongs to that man on screen, Justin Graves, a first Test fifer. First 5-wicket haul at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Test cricket. Tips his hat to the crowd. Adored by the legend Kemar Roach as well as his teammates, and appreciated by all and sundry. It was a fantastic spell of seam bowling, real discipline shown. Also the ability to prize out wickets back to back. It must be a record, 5 consecutive wicket maidens. That brought a screeching halt to the Pakistan innings. An innings that looked good to start. Once Azan was gone, you saw the elder statesman in Imam Ul-Haq 63 and Babar Azam 23. But the star of the show was Shan Masood 109. First century at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, but it ended quite meekly. The innings, you can see 3 partnerships at the top. 155, the daddy partnership, none other to write home about.
20 wickets so far taken by pace in this match. But it was Justin Greaves, as you said, Carlos, 5 for 27, the standout from his 11 overs. We'll say it again, 5 consecutive wicket maidens. That's got to be some sort of record somewhere. Roach chipped in with 2, Seals with 1, Shamar Joseph as well with a couple. But that's the tail of the tape. Shan Masood, the standout batter for Pakistan with 109. The first at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Imam with a well-played 63 as well. Pakistan, or the West Indies, lead by 30. 29 to be exact. We'll take a break. Join us in a few minutes for the resumption of play.
Absolutely perfect.
is top class.
Justin Graves, the man for the West Indies here on day 3. 5 for 27 in his 11 overs. Bowled 5 consecutive wicket maidens as well, showing all that skill and versatility with his seamers, right arm seamers. As you can see, congratulated by the grandfather or the master of this West Indian bowling attack, Kamar Roach, just signaling to the crowd. Landmark occasion, the first 5-wicket haul at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Shan Masood, the standout, 109. Imam with 60, a couple 20s as well. Pakistan bowled out for 282. As we said, Justin Greaves, 5 for 27, 2 for Roach, 1 for Seals, another 2 for Shamar Joseph as well, Warwick wicketless.
The wickets, Kamar Roach with the first. Natural variation, swung a few balls away from the opener, and that one just sneaking through. Covered bottom pad a little too late. Castle the top of middle. Took a little while, but his second wicket eventually came. A good snatch and grab. Got some 1.5 second slip by Justin Graves high. And Shamar Joseph with good reward. This is after tea, when the run rate was halted and pressure was built. Scoring was a little bit more difficult. And there was further reward late yesterday evening. Jaden Seals, familiar fashion, getting out Babar Azam. Dragged his length back for a period of time and then went slightly fuller. Dragged the hands away from him, the legend Babar Azam, and found the edge. That's what they took into the close of play last night. Then early this morning, just as a partnership was building and you felt that this partnership could take the game away from the West Indies, surpass the deficit and make some sort of lead. An absolute peach to open and end up from Shamar Joseph, 140 Ks plus. Justin Graves felt a little left out. From the other end, he built pressure as well. At this point, I'm not sure he knew or we believed that something special was about to happen. That was the first wicket maiden. A second wicket followed in a maiden as well. Again, a build-up of pressure and then throwing it full, breaching the defensive of Amir Jamal. Do it once, do it twice, do it thrice. Wicket maiden again, wicket to wicket, build-up of pressure and just enough movement to beat the inside edge, hit the pad and get the decision in the affirmative. And 3 soon became 4. Mohammad Rizwan at that point in the over looking to get off strike and keep strike for the next over. Didn't see the next over or the next ball. A nick to Shea Hope, easily pouched. We went into lunch with his tail up and he completed what must be history. 5 wicket maidens on the trot, one after the other. Mohamed Abbas, a dismissal that he would be proud of if he had ball in hand. Just a feather. Congratulated by the elder statesman, a man they look up to so highly. And then it was his turn to finish the innings. New ball taken, only 1 ball needed with the new ball. Shazad trying to get on with it as he's tried through his innings. And a leap from Roach, a leap from Hope, and a wicket to close.
This is the tail of the tape. West Indies bowled out for 311 in 98.5 overs. Pakistan bowled out for 282 in 80.1. West Indies lead by 29. Pakistan obviously will be determined here. They'll be a little disappointed with that batting performance. Looks like Salman Aliaga there leading the team out. The West Indies coach Darren Sammy signing a few autographs for the fans here. He's always a very popular figure anywhere he goes. It'll be Brandon King and Tejnaran Chandapal, the opening pair for the West Indies.
It'll be really interesting to see how these two go about their work. Felt as though Brandon King got caught a little in between minds. It's just come off of white ball cricket, and we have to be appreciative of the challenge, especially for a batter. There are certain decision-making attributes, not only with shot to play, but when to play. The timing is different from white ball to red ball. On the other end of the spectrum, Tejnaran Chandapal, he'd want to see if he can put a little bit more pressure on the bowling unit. Don't allow them to just bowl at you. It isn't necessarily even anything more boundaries. Where can you find a drop and a run and get a single, get off strike? Did a really good job of wearing that new ball out. New ball now in the hands of Mohamed Abbas. Bowling average of 23. Very good in the modern era. Very good overall. Can you force them back? Not just allowing them to bowl at you. That is the question for Tejnaran Chandapal. We expect it to be a little bit better today as well. The pitch was a little stoppy-starty, sticky on day one. And with the shower, it meant that that moisture was prolonged, or for a prolonged period of time. So this may be the best opportunity that these two have had to bat in this test match so far. Can they capitalize on it?
That would definitely be the aim. 20 wickets have fallen to pace in this match so far. That's the first time all 20 wickets have fallen to pace in the West Indies since 2004. Has been a truly historic first test match here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy so far. Tejnaran Chandapal will be looking to make an impact. As you said, he's been under a bit of pressure. He's been out of the side. He's found opportunities a lot harder to come by recently. But if it's one thing we know about him, he's going to give himself an opportunity. Those last 5 wickets for Pakistan, or the last 7 going down for 38 runs. A pattern that's starting to develop a little bit. I'm not sure if you agree, Carlos, but to me, from my vantage point, batting just seems to get a bit more difficult as this ball gets older.
Yeah, I would say it does. I don't know if it's the freshness and newness of the ball coming on to the bat a little bit better, and then offering a little bit more variation as it gets softer. Just wonder if it's also the bowlers are just a little bit more disciplined with that new ball. It feels as though they're searching. Heard Muhammad Ali spoke about it, you know, being very disciplined when they come back. I heard Ravi Rampal talk about it, seeing the movement from the old ball of the Pakistanis and trying to replicate that with the new ball and going hunting for wickets. So I think as both teams have bowled and they've searched, then they've come back and retreated, they've been a bit more of a difficult proposition with the older ball.
Like the small roller the West Indies opting to use in that innings break. Just a light roll. We've seen a bit of variable bounce. That ball just keeping a little bit lower here on day 3. Pakistan has opted to use the heavy roller. They had their option.
Just wonder if West Indies thought, you know, it's getting a bit low. Let's keep it the same for as long as possible. I wonder if tomorrow morning they'll use the heavy roller. Get some runs today. Got 55 overs to go. Don't think you'd get 55 overs in. Get 50 overs in 3 over, that's 150. You lead 170, then you can start to make a march tomorrow to give Pakistan something to score to win. Then I think they'd use the heavy roller.
Maiden to start, that one kept a little low as well. West Indies yet to get off the mark.
This is a good example of why you probably didn't use the heavy roller. The Q end in a defensive stroke, not often you see that. To be watchful, West Indies. Pakistan would know that it'd be even more difficult as the days go on.
Karam Shahzad. But have a look at this, as you said, hitting right down the toe from square on as well. It'll be interesting to see Chandapal's feet. Have a look at that, almost both feet in the crease. That's that area. It was a similar stroke in which he was dismissed in that first innings, Brandon King. Almost an identical shot. It was a bit early on it. This was that first innings wicket. Ball just slightly short outside the off stump. We know how comfortable Brandon King is on that front foot, but just went a bit searching, hands out in front. Best serve playing the ball under his eyes, similar to what he just did there. That was off the back foot, but he allowed that to come all the way under his eyes.
I do have a little bit of sympathy for him, because he's been very disciplined defending the balls under his eyes on the stumps. But we know he loves his offside game, and he's been trying to capitalize on anything wide. Yes, my only question to him would be, at that point in time, with a slightly tacky pitch, new ball, first day, can you do it 4 overs later, 5 overs later? Can you trust your skill level to be able to score without throwing the bat? Can you wait until they come a little closer, a little fuller, play a trademark cover drive, get back and punch? It's quite difficult. New ball, pitch not as true as possible to play a cross batted shot, especially off the front foot. Timing has to be perfect.
And through the inside edge this time. Good ball in this from Shahzad. They've been a lot better in terms of their lengths here with that new ball. Have a look at that. Right through the right-handed Brandon King. In a slightly different role here in this West Indian batting lineup now. If you remember, Carlos, when he was brought into the Test arena versus Australia, he was identified as a number 3 batter in this lineup. If I remember correctly, Coach Darren Sammy was speaking about his ability to hit the ball on the up, at the top of the bounce. He looked around the world and seen that that was the trend of batters in at number 3, looking to take on or take the attack to the opposition. But here he's back in his opening position, slightly different role. He'll have to see off this new ball. Got a half century in that final innings versus Sri Lanka.
Second maiden of the innings, none for none, West Indies.
Interesting, no short leg here for Chandapal. Someone who gets a bit square. Pakistan has got to get someone in close on that onside.
I'm not a batting guru by any stretch of the imagination, but I just challenge Chandapal with him being so square on, heel almost on off stump. Can you nudge that to fine length? How can you get yourself in a position to be able to nudge the ball on that line? Now, if he comes back across to middle, then it may be middle stump, and he wouldn't have that facility to be able to nudge it. But be it as it may, that is your technique. How can you capitalize on those line deliveries? Because you'll get more often than that deliveries on that line and length, where you come inside, you leave. It just allows bowlers to set you up. And when they do try to come straight and they err in line, one of the things that his dad was great at, and I found out the hard way, unfortunately, was being able to pick off badly lined deliveries. So I'm challenging you to bowl at my stump if you dare, because I'm good enough to get bat on ball. And if it's over the stump, I can get it to fine leg for 1 or 4.
There, he's found a way. Get off strike. First runs to the West Indies. I can't remember what year that was, but when Chandapal was in, that's his dad, Shivnarayan, was in fantastic form in England. The English attack was struggling to dismiss him. It was 100 after 100. It was Chandapal leading the charge in swinging conditions. And sometimes people think, oh, that technique's so unorthodox. You know, it's crab-like. He's getting square. But he will start that way, and by the time the ball would have been delivered, he would have been in a very orthodox position indeed.
And what Shiv was very good at, and what I think Brandon has been good at, although to no big score yet, is defending the balls on the stump. Being very good, getting into a good position, but attacking the balls away from your stump. That is when you have the opportunity now to free your arms. It was to his demise in the first innings. But when you're so disciplined to defend your stumps, you have to find a way to score. And Brandon has identified throwing his hands.
It's close, it was close. That foot did get across that off stump. Half-hearted appeal in the end.
Brandon has identified the offside as his way of scoring. So the question to pose to Brandon now is, can you execute it better? So the intent is fine. In defense, he's breached on this occasion, hitting the pad, but sliding well down leg. In defense, he's been sturdy, he's been solid. You still have to score. Tage, what are your scoring areas?
Just one from the third. West Indies won without loss.
Round the wicket angle allows Shazad to target outside edge and the stumps. Chandapal nicked off one in the first innings. And these things are also important, as I say, good afternoon, hello, and good afternoon to Stacey Ann King. I think you have to rotate the strike because allowing bowlers, and speaking as a bowler, allowing the bowler to settle in to a line and length and build up a plan against you is something most top batters try to avoid. And so you want to use the left-right partnership as much as you can, particularly on a pitch keeping low. Hello, Stacey Ann.
Hello, Bish. Hello, everyone.
Reaching out in front of himself again. I think when we see it on the replay, you'll see the bat get ahead of him, and so he lacked control, Brandon King, even though it's gone for 4.
Yeah, 4 runs, but he'll be disappointed because again he's been forced to play an out of character shot. He'll be very watchful because in his mind he'd know how he was dismissed in the first innings, reaching for a few deliveries.
Good day. I think more than that, though, more than the first innings, he's been nicked off driving at the ball quite often. While it has been a strength, his offside play, it's also been a weakness of his, especially if the bat. Instead of playing it under the eyes, reaching out in front of him. Powerfully struck again, eerily. We'll go back to that boundary again. Where is contact? Just out in front of the left pad. All about getting back into a groove, and I'm sure he's aware of it.
I think the point you make about being intentional about strike rotation for the West Indian batters, it's an important one. This is Brandon King this season. And just as you were making the point of playing in front or driving at some of those deliveries, something he has to work on in terms of those deliveries that he wants to drive at.
Seven without loss. Understanding the lengths, the lines, reaching out to it. Compliments to the bowlers for working on a weakness, but King will know that they're focused on it. Guys have tried to stand ahead of the crease to Mohammad Abbas. Is that an edge? Pakistan thinks so. I think they'll check as to whether it's carried to the wicketkeeper Mohammad Rizwan.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review for a fair catch. I've checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Can you start with front on first, please? Ball is passing close to the outside edge. Can you have ultra edge, please? A clear spike when the ball is next to the bat. Roll through for the catch, please. You have anything from the side, director? Okay, can you roll this one more time for me, please? Copy. Okay. Satisfied the ball is clearly carried to the gloves? Okay.
A confirmation that it's out. Brandon King has to make the trot back for 5 this time. Mohamed Abbas gets him for the second. 7 for 1. Been given out by the youngsters. They heard that nick.
Kabem Hodge with 84 in the first innings. Did most of his work on the opening day's play, could only add 1 in the morning of day 2.
Yeah, again, this time reaching forward, Brandon King, striding. It's that feint edge and Rizwan takes the catch.
No!
It had to be reviewed. Confirmation of that edge. Confirmation from the youngsters in the crowd. Kevin Hodge scored that 84 of 183 deliveries in the first innings. Boundaries. And what was sort of a recovery for the West Indies innings after losing Brandon King quite early. Absorbed intense pressure. And Mohamed Abbas is the person doing the damage.
Good again. Mohamed Abbas strikes. 2 in the over. And Hodge has gone 84 and 0.
The veteran strikes again, Mohamed Abbas. Yeah, he'll restrict you. He'll force you to play at those deliveries, to prod at those deliveries. A tight line, that 4th stump line. And it picks up another. Kavem Hodge goes without scoring. 7 for 2.
Third innings of test matches can sometimes be really challenging parts of the match to try to secure a total. Amir Django makes his way to the crease. But Mohamed Abbas homes in on this length, and that's why batters try to bat ahead of the crease and try to get forward to him. Because he's just Ruston Chase, Brandon King before. A little extra bounce on the glove of Kavem Hodge. Excellent from the veteran seam bowler. Third innings runs, boy. Everyone can say it'll be a challenge batting last, but you have to make sure that you get enough runs on the board to have a total for the team batting last.
And you look at Mohamed Abbas, and he's not express pace. We spoke a lot in the first innings about the Pakistan bowlers and none of them bowling over that 140 kilometers per hour. He's within that 130, 135, 137 is his fastest delivery. But the length and the line, that fourth stump line, is where he creates all the issues.
Double wicket maiden, 7 for 2. The lead is 36. West Indies got a 29-run lead on first innings. Bass struck back for Pakistan.
And the 2 wickets to fall, Brandon King. That edge and another bit of awkward indecisiveness for the batters. Not sure if to come forward, not sure if to go back. Not comfortably being able to leave those deliveries with Abbas, the man.
I'm expecting Muhammad Ali to replace Shazad from that southern end at some point. Very impressive with his best test figures in the first innings, all coming from the second morning when he shifted from the northern end to that southern end.
A few deliveries that have had the Pakistan field, especially behind the batter. They're all up. Words of support for the bowler, just to get into the batter's head as well.
And for Kavem Hodge, there are a number of things, and we are all, as commentators, we're looking for little patterns. When they came out on the second morning, they found the right length and line to Kavem Hodge, not too dissimilar from this. Yes, there was some bounce. Hodge also has to work on his second innings batting. When he got the 100 at Trent Bridge on the Tour of England, he got naught in the second innings. When he got the 100 in New Zealand, Mount Maunganui, he got naught in the second innings. He got runs here in the first innings, he gets naught in the second innings. Just 38 in the first innings. Just 19 in his career in the second innings. 7 for 2, maiden over. No, Abbas got Django in the first innings when the keeper came up, but he has a pattern to his bowling. Just on that length thrust and chase, who was well out of his crease. To Brandon King in this innings. To Kavem Hodge. Pretty much in and around the same area. That's why you'll find batters trying to walk down sometimes at him to try to disturb him from that wonderful length that he bowls and has done for so many years.
Usually tends to string together consecutive dot balls, either moving straight or slightly angling across the right-hand batters. So it sort of locks them into that defense. Best of 6 for 54, 5 6-wicket hauls, 115 wickets, an average of 22.78 in just 30 matches.
And so, again, as I talked about from day one, on the construction of Pakistan's seam bowling attack going forward, conditions permitting, he's a good part of it. Muhammad Ali is definitely a good part of it. You're looking at someone like Shahzad who has a role to play. What you want is, as you go forward, as you play, not about this series, I made that point clear, it's not about the lower ranked West Indies. They're going to England next. And in years to come, they need someone as a point of difference. Because you've got this guy and a couple of us doing this. It's not a bad attack at all. Just need a point of difference over the next 2 years to complement them.
And this is how he constructs his wicket-taking delivery. Talk so much about setting up your wicket the way you want to achieve taking a wicket, and he has done this over the first innings, the first day. Now causing some more problems.
Batter conditions, they're skillful. Pakistan in this game, the lead is only 36. Another maiden over. The game has stalled from a run scoring perspective. 7 for 2.
Summary of the first test day: 339.1 overs, 90 runs scored, 9 wickets falling.
Like slip in place, so like gully. Yep, just past him. For exactly that shot, they have that man in at leg gully. It's leg buys. Finally, the score moves off of 7. But be careful with that leg gully, with that tuck. Talked about it first innings with Carlos actually. But if he's going to deflect, you need someone short behind square.
Yeah, the angle in which Shazad is bowling from and getting a few of those deliveries to just swing into the leg.
On finer, which means to his left, closer to the wicketkeeper. Babarazam, fine leg going finer.
And that's where the challenge now lies for Chanderpaul. Some are swinging. Got 4 runs previously, but look at this delivery that just sort of shapes away, holds its line.
First played international or test cricket out here in the Caribbean back in 2017. He got 15 wickets in that series. I remember watching him run in, and I compared his bowling style to another former Pakistani bowler, tall, rangy. Reminded me very much of the brilliant Mohammad Asif, who had a wonderful career of just bowling on a good length or fuller, not at great pace either, but had a great wrist and would wobble the ball for his truncated career in either direction. Remember making that comparison because he reminded me of that when I first saw Muhammad Abbas out here in the Caribbean. Simple method, hard to get to. Very few bad balls. Shot of authority.
One would almost think, where did that come from? It's so unlike H. Narayan Chanderpaul, but it's a delivery that sort of rode and it rised on him as well. By just being sure that he's safely negated. But it's good. From Chanderpaul, it leaves Shazad to think, what do I do next? How do I adjust?
Try that short ball to bring the leg slip into play with a glove fending. Back on target. Test cricket is brilliant. 15 for 2.
About Mohammad Asif, he took 106 test wickets at an average. 24.37 in 23 matches. Very good with swing bowling and seam bowling.
Look, Stacey Ann King, you're quicker off the draw than I am. That's minimum of 100 wickets bowling for Pakistan in tests. Great Imran Khan. Waqar Yunus. And out of those, that top three there, Abbas doesn't have the ability to threaten you physically. Hasn't had with his pace. Unlike Imran at his pump, Waqar at his pump, who rarely bowled short because he swung the ball at pace so much. He largely relied on pitching the ball up, targeting stumps and pads. So doff your hat to Mohammad Abbas that he's been able to do this, and sometimes in not in helpful conditions. To his detriment, he's missed a few test matches that maybe he shouldn't have. Faster Stacey Ann King someday to come up with stats. He coming to the attack. Throw a couple more punches.
This has sort of been the script for Pakistan in terms of their bowling. Just keep nagging. They know that wickets will come once they bowl in the right areas. Rod from Amir Jangu. But it's two left-handed batters as well, so just have to find that right line.
That last one, when he played at it, it was about 7th stump or 6th stump. But because, as you know very well, Stacey Ann, the bowler from around the wicket sometimes will track the ball back at the stumps. And so you find yourself, as you left-handed batters do, playing at something a little bit wider because you're waiting, thinking it might come back. And the outside part of the bat comes into play.
Yeah, and it's also where Jangu is standing. In the first innings, Rizwan came up to the stumps just to keep him in the crease. Done well to negate and just have a look at what's happening. Just look how far down he has come this time. It's the end of 9-1, 15, I beg your pardon, for 2.
After 9 overs, West Indies 15 to 2. Bowling for Pakistan from the southern end, Mohammad Ali.
Continues to be a gripping contest. This first test match between these two teams usually is very keenly contested. Change in bowling from the southern end, the end that he did most of his damage, Mohammad Ali. (29-run lead, Mali Richards alongside me, but this two top order wickets restores some level of parity.
100%. Pakistan have been right on the money here in this West Indian second innings, removing King and Hodge. Hodge played quite a significant role in that West Indian 311, falling for just a duck here in the second innings. Ali, the main destroyer of the first innings. Interesting to see what movements available to him here.
Looking for some swing. We saw what he did in that first innings. Toiled tirelessly for the first one, which he got from the opposite end, which he's operating in now. And then picked up 3 in quick succession, post lunch. Day 2. And that was a wicket of Shehope, well set on 92, wrapping up the West Indies lower order in quick time. Can he get into their top order now? Game has been reduced to a second innings shootout. End of the day, it's called a moving day for a reason, folks. End of day 3, you usually get an indication as to the trajectory of the contest. Couple deliveries back, looking to go full again. Quite a lot of bat in the end, actually. Missed though, he would have been in business. Very well timed. That's more like it from Tejra and Chandrapal. And given with run scoring opportunities, cash in.
That pull shot that really allowed the confidence to flow now for Chandrapal. Looking a lot more positive in his stroke play. Gets well across his stumps. Makes solid contact as well. As he said, he's starting to look a lot more positive and assured at the crease. His second boundary of his innings.
Bit of the field on that occasion. Because of his stance and the position he gets, bowlers always think that they have a chance because that's right in front of the stumps. What he's doing well though is that he's presenting the full face of the bat. He's not looking to go in that square leg region. Could become perilous if he does turn the face of the bat a little bit too early. Target again. Expensive start though from Muhammad Ali. 6 from a 21 for 2. And not much in it in the first innings. 29 runs the difference. An overall lead now for the West Indies by 50 runs. What we've come to expect from the metronomic Mohammad Abbas is his consistency of groupings, his deliveries. So you'll see when we do get that image that it is usually on the stumps. And a very good line and length. A lot of those deliveries actually will finish on the stumps eventually. Wonderful grouping. Off the mark with classical style, Amir Django will go all the way for 4.
Been in good form, Amir Django. Be it red ball, white ball, just starting to really grow as an international cricketer. They're just opening the face slightly. Good stride on that. Good transference of weight onto that front foot. Didn't look to overhit, just found the gap. Sweet timing from him.
He's a cerebral cricketer, Amir Django, University of the West Indies alum. Pursued a degree. Reach out, outside off. University degree, Bachelor of Science in Environmental and Natural Resource Management. So he's gone through the tertiary education system, played cricket all the while, representing the West Indies combined campuses and colleges. University of the West Indies Vice Chancellors 11, presenting UV at the university level in the tertiary education games. Was close to becoming the Sportsman of the Year for the University of the West Indies. So he's balanced his academics quite well with his pursuit on the field. Look at that from Abbas though. How do you play that, Mali? It's angling in, it's pitching, and it's leaving you.
Like Amir Django did there, you don't. Luckily for him, didn't take the outside edge, but that's a serious delivery. And this guy, Muhammad Abbas, is a serious bowler. Doesn't possess express pace, as they say, but just quick enough, moves the ball just enough. And he's a constant threat, be it with new ball or old.
Once a single, sent back. He has the unique distinction, Mali, and I think you reminded us the first day, the first player in the history of first-class cricket to convert his first 3 centuries to double centuries. This was a reminder of that double 100 against Sri Lanka at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. And in case anyone forgot, he scored a scintillating century on one-day international debut. He's persisted through the setup here in the West Indies. Now he's turning that promise into performance. 25 for 2. Flurry of wickets on day 3. Pakistan lost 7, West Indies, they've lost 2 so far. That's 9 in total. How many do you think, Mali? Look into your crystal ball. How many would West Indies be comfortable with? And don't tell me 500. Of course, they love 500. Look at how things progress from day to day as you think about that magical number. 67 overs, a truncated day 1, 3 wickets, 10 on day 2, 9 so far in only 43.2 overs. So lots of cricket remaining. What would West Indies be happy with going into that 4th innings?
Lead of 54 at the moment. Just peeping into my crystal ball slightly. I'd say a score of 230 to 250 minimum here in the 2nd innings. On Pakistan, you want a lead of 170, possibly 200 going into that Pakistan 2nd innings to really apply pressure onto that batting lineup. We saw the inability of the lower order to really string partnerships together. So the onus will be on that Pakistan top order to do the bulk of scoring. So I'd say 240, 250 would be ideal in these conditions here, Sammy.
Ideal or realistic? Would it be ideal? Do you think they're thinking more 300 as ideal and 250 more realistic?
Yeah, I think 250 is the more realistic option on this pitch. Seen Abbas, he's in fantastic form. Ali hasn't quite found his line and length just yet, but he'll be a threat as well. Shahzad will come into the picture, and also the left arm spin as this pitch continues to wear.
Beaton all ends up again in that outside edge. We spoke about Imam ul Haq and him inheriting a famous name. Adrian Chandapal, think about him and having to live in the footsteps of his father. It's 3 generations now of Chandapal, because his grandfather actually, Kimraj Chandapal, was the one who got him his early sessions, just as he did with his father, because Shiv was touring quite frequently around in the United States, where he spends a lot of his time. So it's his grandfather who actually did some of the early work with him. And one of the things he said that was frequently told to him is to keep the ball on the ground by his grandfather. That, I suppose, can be seen in his risk-conscious approach, patient batting style. So 3 generations of the Chandapal technique on display. Hallmark of it, patience. We'll talk about this shot in the next over, Mali. We'll have another look at it. This ball is outside leg stump, and somehow he manages to get it in front of square. 26 for 2. I'm just looking at the way he played this shot. Look at where this ball is going. It's down the leg side. Most batters would get that backward of square, perhaps down to fine. A very unusual approach. Said that so often about his father, haven't we? And Bass will continue.
Very unorthodox in his approach, Tejaran Chandapal. A bit more unorthodox than Shiv, I'd say. Major difference between them for me is the scoring areas and the scoring options. I think back, Shiv could play match situations absolutely perfectly. If it demanded him scoring at 5 and 6 and over, he'll find a way. Scored 150 in ODI cricket as well. You think back Shivnarine Chandapal. Ideally suited to whatever match situation. A few similarities. It's kept down, that's kept down. But it's just hit him outside off. That variable bounce, that low bounce coming into play here on day 3.
You just need that to be on target. Baba is asking, should I go for the review? Almost sarcastically, because they all accept the fact that it was struck outside off stump. Yeah, they're having a little chuckle about it, but I wonder what they're thinking in the back of their minds, Mali and viewers, when it's their turn to bat. That did not get up whatsoever. Tage is fortunate that it's outside the line of the off stump. Yeah, perhaps they're saying, you don't want to go for the review now, do you? Bowlers usually want the review. Just reading somewhere, Mali, where Tage and Shiv both scored half centuries for Ghana against Jamaica in 2017 in first-class cricket. So not only did he inherit some of that genes, he did get an opportunity to spend time with him whilst playing. Most sons learn about their father's careers through stories. I'm sure you know what I'm speaking about. But Tage had the extraordinary experience of sharing a first-class dressing room and the middle with his dad.
Squirts away down to the third man region. But what an experience that must have been for Tage to share a dressing room, actually play professional cricket with his father. There was no chance of that happening with me, for sure. But also, it's reminiscent of what you see in the NBA. LeBron James playing with his son, Bronny James. These are special, special moments that don't happen that often, Sammy. Hopefully, maybe Tage, he's got a little one coming on the way. He can follow the pattern.
It's much more common for siblings to play together. But rarely do you see father and son duo, mother and daughter duo playing. But yeah, Tage has had that unique opportunity to play with his dad and to be out there in the middle. That's where I think the greatest learning takes place, when you're in the heat of battle out in the middle.
The thing I did manage to play with my dad was a bit of tennis. Beat him at 12 years old. He didn't speak to me for 2 weeks.
$28 for 2. Bass with a couple wickets, still searching for another one. Overall lead for the West Indies 57, but it's not been altogether straightforward. It's been quite a challenge. This pitch now beginning to show further signs of deterioration.
Liking what I'm seeing from Shandapal though. Started a bit scratchily, but he's upping that intent, showing that positive intent, looking to find scoring areas.
Taken, what a catch! Muhammad Ali, you beauty! Those return catches are never easy, had to lunge forward. What a catch! 3 down now for the West Indies. Disconsolate Django.
I just wonder here if this one just stuck in the pitch slightly. Yeah, not sure where he was trying to hit that one. Through the onside probably. Fantastic catch from Muhammad Ali. His 5th wicket of the match. Took 4 in the first innings. And have a look at that. The airplane came out. Jubilation for the Pakistani fast bowler. Django has to go for just 4. It's been a tough test match for him, 28 for 3.
Boy, oh boy, if Pakistan had a lead of 29 of their own, different it would have been. Instead, it's the West Indian white ball captain Shehoop. He gets a rousing round of applause from those who are in 92 in the first innings. And a wonderful return to Test match cricket for him. But just look at this take, just inches or even centimeters off the ground. I think that those nails, those fingernails down on time. That's a special effort from the big fast bowler. This is perhaps the best angle. Players were happy on field. And Muhammad Ali was even happier. Baba Azam, perhaps the happiest of them all. They need wickets. They need to continue to get them, Ali.
Definitely. What was so special about that catch was that, yes, he did well to get the fingers under it, but to recalibrate the ball just before the elbows hit the ground showed the awareness in which to secure that, knowing just how big a wicket that would be for Pakistan. Have a look at this. These are very tough indeed in his follow-through. Have a look. Almost came back out, but had the mind or the awareness in which to just recalibrate. Just there, just there. Switching it from left to right. Securing the catch. The celebrations begun. 3 wickets down now. This match evenly poised.
What a delivery. Huge shout. Heights would be the consideration for the umpire. Are they going for the review? I think what will be the decider here is the height. Baba Azam smiles and politely asks for the review.
Had to go up there.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I've checked the feet, it's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Clearly missing the bat. Can we move on to ball tracking, please? Copy ball tracking building. Ball tracking coming up. Pitching outside of impact in line, wickets missing, original decision not out. Alex, stay with your not out decision. You're on spin signal now.
Upheld. I thought height would have been the only consideration. When they saw the initial bit of footage, they were almost in a celebratory mood, Pakistan. And then they saw the bounce. Almost 2-2 for Muhammad Ali against Shehoop, and in similar fashion as well. That would wake Shehoop up, get that feet moving. Needs to make some better decisions now, West Indians.
Just got to get his feet moving here, Sammy. It was a fantastic delivery that. I thought it was out in real time, I'm not gonna lie. Have a look at that, he was crouching, it hit on the back leg. But maybe that new ball, hard new ball, just coming to the aid of Shehoop on that occasion. But we have seen this ball creeping through a bit more consistently here on day 3. Keep an eye on the positioning of Muhammad Ali as well on the crease.
And listen to this stat for Shea Hope, averaging close to 60 in his last 10 innings in Test match cricket, including 3 centuries and 2 half centuries. I don't want to look. Don't want to look. So a lot of responsibility on Hope's shoulders, and something that he's grown accustomed to. If we're entirely honest, a lot of the West Indian batting effort has centered around him in all formats. It's off the mark, should get a couple. Shea Hope. Testing over from Muhammad Ali, wicket in it. 30 for 3. West Indies, an overall lead of 59. Right, and that will be the end of that session's play. Pakistan 14 overs in, picking up 3 important wickets. That's perhaps what they spoke about during that luncheon interval. Innings break, that's towards that western side, so hopefully that's beyond us, those dark, ominous looking clouds. Look ahead to the east. Looks really nice and clear. So Chandrapal remains unscathed. He's unbeaten on 15 from 43. Hope very new to the crease, not out on 2. Couple wickets for Mohammad Abbas, 1 for Muhammad Ali. Baba Azam will recalibrate where he's at and where his team's at during this tea interval. Lots more to be done in this test match. Boy, isn't it setting up to be something quite memorable. Chandrapal unbeaten on 15. King to Abbas again cheaply. Hodge without scoring. Jangu cheaply as well. Just 4. Graves and Chase, the recognized batters to come.
And Muhammad Abbas, the chief destroyer so far, 2 for 7. And Muhammad Ali just chipping in with the 1 wicket. But those 2 have been constant threats so far in 14 overs.
Let's have a look at the wickets. Brandon King just a feather through. Not too much wrong with that from Brandon King. Had to play because Abbas has the ability to nip the ball back in as well. And then Kavem Hodge, that one took off. That's a brute of a delivery to get early up on in your innings. Yeah, the shoulder of the bat. An appeal eventually, but without troubling the scorers. 2 in quick time. And then this catch from Muhammad Ali. Wonderful bit of work from the big, tall, quick to get down low and just to scoop that one in. That was the end of Amir Jangu. West Indies precariously positioned now at 30 for 3. Celebration time. So this is where things currently stand. West Indies an overall lead of 59, 7 wickets in hand. We'll take a short break. On the other side of the break, we'll have some analysis of that very exciting session.
Abbas.
After giving up a lead of 29 on first innings, Pakistan are striking back, and mainly through the metronomic accuracy of Mohammad Abbas. He has been this way before. He's done this time and again over his career at every level. And he's keeping Pakistan in the hunt and in this contest. It's not smooth sailing at all for the batters in this match. West Indies 3-11. Pakistan bowled out today for 282. They lost their last 7 wickets for just about 38 runs, with Shan Masood getting 109. West Indies having achieved a 29-run lead and now 30 for 3. So the lead 59. So on that backdrop there showed you really smooth waters, not even a wave, not out there on that surface. It has become very choppy. Stacey Ann King and Carlos Brathwaite here with me. Stacey, let me start with you and a reflection on that middle session of this day's play. I'm not complaining. I'm a wickets man, and the wickets are certainly moving.
Yeah, and so is the seamers. They've been exceptional, no matter which team. They've been exceptional in terms of picking up wickets and just the areas in which they have been able to pick up those wickets. This was the first. Mohammad Abbas getting Brandon King for the 2nd time in this test. Again, that channel that he has been bowling has been successful.
Yeah, he's been amazing, Abbas, and that one, just a little bit of extra bounce. One thing you can say is that none of the 2 dismissals have been because the batsmen have given the wicket away. The wicket was taken away from them with the skill of Mohammad Abbas. He's really making this new ball talk. And then you can say Amir Jangu just a little bit out in front, but how many times do we see those poached? He's gone low, he's a big man, he's a tall man in his follow-through. He's gone down. He's even played a little game of juggle. Catch it in one hand, transfer it over to the other. Pakistan have been impressive with the ball in hand in that short session, and they've reaped the rewards.
Absolutely. The accuracy on pitches that are up and down is something that certainly plays a huge part here in the Caribbean. And that number 89, that tells you everything you need to know about Mohammad Abbas. Hit the good length. We always tell young players, white ball cricket, red ball cricket, start on a good length.
Yeah, that's one thing that has been exceptional from him, that length, that 68-meter length, that from since in the first innings, he has sort of nagged and continued to nag. But the only adjustment he tends to make is 4th stump line, but then he switches up with that seamer time and bowls straighter. So it sort of puts the batter in some trouble as to do I go, do I not go? And that level of uncertainty is where most batters tend to lose their wickets.
Very, very simple method. The man at the other end, we've talked about how impressive Muhammad Ali has been. He will never know what it means, Carlos, to be your height, but to get down from where he is to ground level, to take that catch would have taken what?
Flexibility first and foremost, and then the wherewithal to have that one hand underneath. Because so often if you drive with both hands, you end up with your finger hitting the ground and the ball bouncing just before. But if you look, he's made a concerted effort to ensure that the hands are underneath the ball and he can poach it if it is a chance. Jangu will look back at this and think, why is my bat so far ahead of my body? And Muhammad Ali would just be glad that his hands were as far out in front of his body as Amir Jangu's bat. But it's a phenomenal piece of fielding, and things that we call a half chance when it's dropped, but a sublime piece of fielding when the chance is taken. That's remarkable.
He's outstanding. He's a good athlete, Muhammad Ali, and he's providing some really good combinations with the other Mohammad Abbas. So certainly a bowler's sort of day so far. Mostly, not always a bowler's test match of late. Justin Graves, though, ladies and gentlemen, his first 5-wicket haul in test match cricket. Also, pretty simple method.
Yeah, I don't think he's not express pace, first of all, and he knows that. So he's playing within his constraints in terms of he knows line, length, all his variations on the stumps. He also knows that the pitch has been offering just a bit for the seamers. So being able to come on and pick up a fifer with 5 maidens as well, it's impressive.
Yeah, I think for me that was the highlight. Not only the 5 wickets, which is the obvious highlight, but the underlying metric was the 5 wicket maidens. It means he gave absolutely nothing to the batting lineup, and he ensured that he was always on there and thereabouts. It wasn't maidens as well, it was just hanging and hanging and hanging. He was challenging the stump, but always on a good line and length and doing just enough to either hit the stump or hit the outside edge.
I wasted years of my career running up from 40 yards away trying to get the ball down 90 miles per hour. 70 miles, 79 works. Kemar Roach, wicket number 300. And as soon as the second new ball was taken, he managed to achieve success and clean up.
Yeah, it was really good to see him pick up that final wicket. But it's just what he does, Kemar Roach. A new ball in hand, a new cherry, and he expresses himself. It was a magnificent catch as well from Ho, but take nothing away from once a new ball is available, Kemar Roach is available.
All right, thank you very much, Stacey. Thank you very much, Carlos. This test match, I'm telling you, the action is speeding up. This is moving day when test matches hasten towards its end. Who knows when this will end? So we have a final session coming up. You won't want to miss any of that action. Short break on the other side, closer to live action.
That is absolutely perfect.
is top class.
Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Things are heating up nicely in this first test, day 3. We're heading into session 3. West Indies up against Pakistan. Two proud cricketing nations square off. West Indies with an overall lead of 59. They're currently 30 for 3. Hope, very new to the crease. Chandapol has been there since the start. Chief destroyer so far, Mohammad Abbas, 2 for 7 from 7 overs, an economy of 1 run per over. Just the 3 overs for Muhammad Ali, but enough for him to get a wicket. First wicket to go, that of Brandon King, a feather through. Abbas getting him twice in consecutive innings. Not much he could have done different there. Carlos Bratton alongside me. This next one, Kevin Hodge.
Yeah, both wickets 1 and 2, you'd have to spare a thought for the batter. You can nitpick and ask if you have to be away from the pad, but the angle in forces you to try to defend your stumps. And then the movement away and the bounce in the hot case of Hodge took the edge and glove respectively. And Muhammad Ali getting down, showing some flexibility. Good seam. Django, you'd have to say playing slightly across it, ending with that back foot well outside of the front foot, very square. And as a result, just popping a catch up, but what a grab and a celebration to boot. In well and truly Pakistan's session.
And still lots of cricket left to be played on day 3. Where would this one finish? Who would have the balance of power? It remains to be seen. As far as I'm concerned, 59 for 3 in the West Indies. It's still anybody's game. A good partnership if they can get up to 250 and beyond. We've seen enough from this surface to suggest that it will be difficult for Pakistan. However, if Pakistan can get them for under 150, they'll feel as though they have this in the bag. We'll have some work to do, Shea Hope. A pillar of concentration most of the times. A lot of work with the gloves. Has made reaffirmations of plans. Yeah, just reinforcing the plans that were discussed. I suspect it's about being patient, about challenging the stumps given the variable bounce that we've seen. I'm just looking to probe consistently. And they look quite relaxed at the moment, Pakistan. What does session 3 have for us? In a wicket-leading day here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. How many more will we see before the close of play? He'll be hoping no more. Pakistan will be hoping at least 3 more. Received his test cap from the great Brian Lara, after whom this facility has been named Tejaran Chandapol. Shea Hope has been around for a long time. Tej did do some work with Brian Lara when he was the performance consultant with Cricket West Indies. Worked as a performance mentor, and he gave some insights to Tejaran about matchups and scoring opportunities. He mentioned the impact that he had on him. So Shivnarayan Chandapol and Brian Lara, 2 magnificent left-handed batters, and now Tejaran trying to re-establish himself in this format. Right, just about set for the final session of the day. 2 slips and a gully in weight. Shazad from the northern end. And Bishop alongside me. Bish, what are we to expect in this session?
Well, the way the ball has darted about is as varied in its bounce. Even the old ball, all the way through the test match so far. So I expect that the bowlers will remain in the hunt for wickets, and what batters have to do is rotate strike. Try your best to get off strike. Don't just allow the bowlers to run in and bang away at a length at one particular batter. It's going to be hard if Pakistan bowl anywhere near as well.
There you go, evidence of that low bounce again. They do have a leg slip waiting, lurking behind there for Tejaran Chanderpaul. If he wants to turn anything around the corner, he'll have to think twice about it here, just to the left of screen, in addition to the regulation slip fielders. This is what I thought they did well in the first innings, Pakistan, when they weren't getting wickets. They weren't giving away any sort of loose runs. On target straight away, keeping the stumps in play, keeping Tejaran Chanderpaul mentally engaged. Turns it away in that region. It away from the fielder catching close by. What do you see from the other end, Bish?
I'd go with Muhammad Ali again, to be quite honest. He's loved bowling from that end. All his success in the test match has come from that end.
Edge falling short. Will trickle away for 4. So a fortuitous boundary for Shea Hope. 5 runs straight after T. 35 for 3.
He's come out, Shea Hope, and understandably, he has not looked comfortable at all. He's been sparring at the ball with great suspicion because of the uneven bounce. All the batters will find it challenging going forward.
You're seeing that cloud cover there as well. It's nice and cloudy at the moment. It will enhance the ability to get some swing and movement off the surface. Not looking threatening in terms of rain. Yeah, magical number. Dawns this facility that number. It is Muhammad Ali from the southern end.
the only factor that the batters in this match can probably get a little relief is that they don't have a Walsh or an Ambrose, someone who's 6'6", running in and thumping the ball down on a length. Lara's contemporaries with the variable bounce. Love to have 400 on the board, the West Indies. I don't think they'll get there.
I wonder if that slip cordon has to take a step or two up because of that lower bounce that we are seeing now.
Gives us an interesting perspective, actually, from that reverse angle of that big trigger that Tejnarayan Chandapal has, and then the bat comes from out in across the path of the ball rather than down towards the line of the ball, allowing the ball to come to him. He has to get his timing right with those trigger movements.
Was it timed well enough to go all the way for 4? Yeah, dribbles there now. So a couple boundaries straight after tee. One streaky and one very well controlled.
Meat and drink for Tejnarayan most times when he plays the ball under the eyes through the leg side. So Muhammad Ali will know he grunted after he bowled it because he missed his length. Now can he go back onto that length that works here?
Side the line of that one, Tejnarayan. Did have a role in a Bollywood movie, Tejnarayan Chandapal. 3. Movie experience, acting experience now. It's about performance on the big stage. Just a 4 from the over. 39 for 3. On day 1, 10 and 10 so far on day 3. What a shot from Shea Hope on top of the bounce and commanding.
Have to stay in a positive enough mindset that when the loose ball comes, as Chandapal tucked one away for 4 last over, as Shea Hope gets some width, and I was speaking of his suspicion of the surface. This is what you have to get to a lead, if you can, of 200 on this surface, minimum. That's where you'll be aiming for. Now, can Shazad get back to a line that threatens the stumps?
Clean them up. Threatening the stumps indeed. Shea Hope, yeah, they'll be asking questions about this shot, this decision. Struck for 4, and what a response. 4 down now for the West Indies.
That's the line. I think this shot is one where I mentioned Shea Hope playing with a great deal of suspicion of the surface. And this shot to me sums it up. He got the loose ball before, but he was very suspicious and uncomfortable about batting on the surface, and that was a shot born out of frustration and suspicion, and a word of a send-off. 10 to Shea Hope, 43 for 4.
Hero with the ball, Justin Graves. First test of 5-for. Now he has a job to do with the bat. 3 centuries. One as recent as a week and a half ago. This is why he's here.
I think Shea Hope, I can't read his mind, but that's very uncharacteristic of him. He has decided that given the way the pitch is playing, he threw caution to the wind. Ill-advised, but great on Shazad to target the stumps after being struck for 4. Not sure I'll see this test match going to day 5 unless something drastic happens.
He smacked 1 for 4, first ball of the over. Out of width on offer. And with disdain, crunched it. And then the very next delivery, looking to repeat or even do better. Yeah, that says it all. A little word with the umpire and Baba, just to ensure that the friendliness of the competition remains. And a word with the bowler as well.
Yeah, the other way I was thinking about how you could approach this, and I know it's a challenging surface, very challenging, very bowler friendly, is how could you have decided, if you're Shea Hope, let me try to get through this spell of Shazad. Let me try to get through this extended spell either side of tee by Muhammad Ali and get the lesser pace bowlers or lesser successful bowlers back into the attack. Didn't happen.
Chase the captain to come and then into the bowlers, so Pakistan will be cognizant of that. Also, school conditions, relatively that is anyway at the moment. Successful over from Shazad, 43 for 4 now. 11 wickets today, 49 overs or so. He's targeting that area. Was struck for 4 in the last over, but you see the way he sets up Tejaran Chandrapal, and you always feel as though you can get him to miss one. And if you do, you're in with a shout.
Gotta push that away for at least one if you're Tejaran Chandrapal. Understand what Muhammad Ali is trying to do.
Some rainfall in the distance. That's the western coast of the island. Gulf of Paria has gone past us, so it's not impending. The eastern side where the rain usually comes from, quite clear, so nothing to worry about.
Short ball was just to try to push Tejaran Chandrapal back and follow it with something good. Yeah, the short ball in and of itself wasn't by accident. It wasn't a great line. But what he's trying to do is remind Tejaran Chandrapal, hey, I've got something here that can threaten you physically, and then follow it up with the fuller length and keep Chandrapal guessing. That's the battle between batsman and bowler. He wants to go at the stumps again. And has one that can slide across towards the keeper and slip.
They're on that line again because of that exaggerated trigger movement across to the offside. Sometimes he might not be entirely sure of the line of the delivery on that middle and leg stump. Bat on ball on all occasions so far. And a big trigger across to the offside. A change in feel. Baba Azam brings that deep square leg to regulation square leg close to the umpire. Good construction of the over so far. Mid-Nova. 43 for 4 it remains. Confirmation of the 11 wickets falling today. Symmetrical 5-on-5 in sessions 1 and 2. 1 so far, session 3. Off the mark, Justin Graves.
Pretty conventional grip. Fingers close together. Some bowlers like to split the fingers at the top, and he locks the wrist. He cocks the wrist back. And at the point of delivery, and we talk a lot about it with Jofra Archer, the now England fast bowler, look at how the wrist is locked, and as it comes down, it'll flick towards the batter, keeping the seam upright. And what he also does, because even though he jumps wide, he has that sort of grip that allows the ball to swing away from the right-handed batter and leg cut. And you'll find an alternative with some bowlers who will accentuate it slightly in the other direction for a three-quarter seam or wobble seam. Little jump out that, again, it has nothing to do with the quality of his bowling. He is who he is. A lot of times Boyd Rankin, the former Irish bowler, Mackay Ntini, the great South African bowler, used to jump out and jump wide, but they had their particular strengths. That's the Shazad.
A couple of seasons ago, 2024, I think it was, Justin Graves became the first West Indian batter to score 3 centuries in a row in list A cricket. 151 not out, 112 and 111 not out. That 151 not out was right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Since then, gone on to do wonderful things in this format. And now that 5-wicket haul changed the complexion and outlook for him. .47 for 4.
Just checking front foot. Stand by. Just checking. No ball.
Having a check on that front foot. Hear that alarm in the background. So it's not 48 for 4. Just over the line. The extra, it's something that they were guilty of in the first innings.
Both teams, actually. The West Indies bowled a few as well, and they're lucky they haven't taken a wicket off a no ball yet, either team.
Needed a direct hit. It will result in at least one overthrow because they overran the crease. Will only be one more to the total. But you don't mind that because it was perhaps a wicket-taking opportunity. 50 on the board for the West Indies. View from east to west, looking towards the western coast of Trinidad. Last ball of that previous over. Opportunity at the non-striker's end, way off target.
Round the wicket now for Muhammad Ali. How can you repel him if you're taking around Chandapur? We know the job for Muhammad Ali and company is very simple, but how can you repel them, dig deep, put your body on the line, trust your technique and a bit of fortune, and repel the spells of these two? it's not going to be easy. You have to commit to this cause. Windies will be hoping they can get up to 150 beyond, close to 200. That's a long, long way away.
Yeah, so a change of approach now. Tried over the wicket to hit that front pad, targeting that middle and leg stump. Now he's round, looking to swing the ball back in from further outside off stump. So far, so good for Tejnaran Chandapal. Haven't seen too many misbehave after tee off the surface. There's that swing again. There is a gentle breeze blowing across the facility, which will assist him to get that in swing to the left-hander.
Nice centre, thank you. Over the wicket, 2 balls remaining.
A gentle wind blowing across. Only from that southern end, so you will get it to leave Justin Greaves. And you remember the dismissal of Graves in the first innings. Muhammad Ali just there. That's the area he's looking to replicate. Wide of the crease, enough away movement, and a good catch for Salman Aliaga. Worked tirelessly for that one. So Justin himself will know that that's a possibility. Yeah, they're just sending that square leg back a little bit deeper for him to think about maybe something short. Edged again. This time, though, it gets through. Wonderful delivery. Justin Graves agrees. 55 for 4.
Been a struggle here for the West Indies, 55 for 4. Luckily for them, they've got a lead of 84 at the moment. Every run absolutely crucial. And once again, Muhammad Ali, a constant threat. It'll be Shahzad to continue. On the wicket to Tejnaran Chandapal. He's had a bit of a struggle from around the wicket. Seems to line the ball up a lot better from over the wicket.
Now this was the boundary of the last ball of the previous over. He's evading that slip cordon. They wouldn't mind that too much, Pakistan. They've been really good in the slip region. Alman Aliaga has 4 catches.
Bit of low bounce as well. It's creeping in on day 3. Aiden Sears with that delivery. A lot of balls hitting around the toe. Catching batters unawares. Have a look at that. Just at the toe of the bat. But luckily, nothing has had a batter's name on it just yet from a West Indian perspective. Wonder how Pakistan will be feeling about seeing these balls keeping, you know, considering they're batting last. Opting to go back over the wicket now to the left-handed Chandapal.
It's sort of that scissors effect for Chandapal now to adjust his eyes from round the wicket to over the wicket. What the batter now has to do is focus from the ball channeling down another line. They're all smiles, finding the lighter side of things. Yeah, just coming off the knee.
Not a good first touch there. With a low bounce there. Actually, this is the comparison of the low bounce between day 1 and day 3. Have a look at that. Day 1, the white. Day 3, the blue delivery. It's 10 centimeters lower here on day 3. And we expect that to continue as this match goes on. Still a lot of time left in this game. And just in the previous over, Stacey, a couple edges going through that vacant slip region, 55 for 4. Can they get another one in, you think? The West Indies under pressure.
I think something that was also mentioned was the slip region taking a step forward, including the wicketkeeper, because a few deliveries would have dropped short. He's being inspired by what he has seen from the West Indian bowlers and the Pakistan bowlers. All wickets falling so far to seam.
In seamer-friendly conditions, if you want to say that. Spin hasn't played that much of a role so far. You see Chandapal though, he's still up for a fight here, 22 off 70. His fluency has been slightly better here in this second innings. Yet another no ball, Karim Shahzad. He's been the chief culprit so far in this match. Everyone absolutely crucial on this pitch. What would be a good lead, you think, for the West Indies to take into that second innings, Stace?
That's a really good question, because I think based on everything that we're seeing out in the middle, the delivery staying low, the pitch itself playing a bit lower, some variable bounce on offer. West Indies might be thinking that 180, anything over 180 should be a good target.
That's come down by about 50 runs or so from the last time someone was asked that question. I think it was me. I said around 230, 250. Conditions for batting a lot more challenging here in the second innings, 56 for 4. A flurry of wickets here on day 3. 11 to fall, 24 in the match, all to the Pacers. Ahmed Ali from the southern end. To his 7th over. The extra slip in now for the right-handed Graves. 3 slips and a gully. So that gap just slightly smaller. Pakistan bowling coach Umar Gul, what a bowler he was. Great exponent of that reverse swing, express pace, possessed a toe-crushing Yorker as well. One of the premier bowlers of his time.
As you mentioned, the bowlers, they've opted to just use 3 seamers so far. But Abbas, Shahzad and Muhammad Ali. They've all been in the wickets. Abbas standing out. He's bowled 7 overs, 2 for 7. Yeah, they've all been impressive. They've all been good. And you look at the options that Pakistan still has remaining. As they've got the 2 seamers, Salman Ali Aga and Ali Usman. Amir Jamal is the other seamer who sort of express pace, a little faster, a much more skiddier. The 3 bowlers, he also picked up the wicket of Tej Narayan Chandapal, so you just wonder what the tactics is. If it's just to maintain what's happening in the middle.
Though Jamal may be just a little quicker at times, he's proven to be the most expensive so far in this match, conceding 81 in his 15 overs in that first innings for the 1 wicket. Was a big wicket indeed. But in this situation, Pakistan want to create pressure and sustain pressure. Jamal has just leaked a few in this test match. At some point he'll get an opportunity, not just yet though. Kinda squirted away through the offside by Graves, not quite out the middle. Good controlled stroke for 2. 4 runs from this over so far, and West Indies will be looking to find a partnership here. Stacey Ann, 17 of 35. Wickets have fallen at regular intervals here on day 3. Just need a partnership with Chandapal at the crease though. You know they've got a foundation at one end. He's not going to give his knock away. Just a little swivel, not quite out the middle once again, but 2 runs nonetheless. 6 runs from that alley over, 62 for 4. As you can see there, 21, the best partnership so far in this West Indian innings between Chandapal and Amir Jangu. This one's 19 and counting though. Left-hand, right-hand combination. West Indies have to find a way to make this an advantage. The left-hand, right-hand combination. But Jamal is back. Can he sustain this pressure that's already building? Thing to start around the wicket to Chandapal. No close catches in on the onside. Slightly lower trajectory, as he said, more slingy. Not quite as consistent.
Was two is the call. It's good running between this pair. Did get Chandapal out in the first innings, which is possibly why Baba Azam has opted to bring him back. It's a good catch by Salman Ali Aga in slip. Heavy length, hard length delivery to induce that thick edge. Looking good on 21 from 77 balls, but I got the better of him.
That was a top delivery indeed. Just touching down on that off stump. We know Chandapal does get a bit square when playing these deliveries. Jamal is under a bit of pressure here. Has to sustain this pressure. Now that's a shot. Fast hands from Tejnaran Chandapal. Something you don't see too often. Short and wide, but very wristy indeed. He's growing in confidence.
Yeah, he's watchful and just plays it very late to get past that backward point region. More intent from Chandapal in this second innings.
An eye on the runs conceded already in this over. 6 with 2 deliveries remaining. That his economy rate was 5.40 in that first innings. Can't afford to leak runs here, Pakistan. Every run crucial. The lead 97.
Catching will be important, and it has been important for Pakistan in that slip region. Safe hands of Salman Ali Aga. Picked up 4 catches in that slip region. Good hand-eye coordination. Kavim Hodge, Justin Graves, Rustin Chase, and Shamar Joseph.
Final one, probably the easiest of the lot. Leg by to finish. 7 runs from that Jamal over. 69 for 4. Nepal 28 not out in the second innings. Big disparity in his performances from first to second innings. He averages 41 in the first innings. just 15.45 in the second inning. So he's bettered that at the moment, 28 off 79. He's yet to score a 50 in the second innings of a test match. His best being 45 versus Australia in Perth. But he's making a good fight of it here. He's leading the charge for West Indies, especially after the disappointment of losing that Hope wicket in the manner in which they did. Just settled things down slightly alongside Justin Greaves. Looking a lot more assured at the crease. Not quite playing the ball on the move as often as we've seen from him. Especially from over the wicket. He seems to have his alignment a lot more controlled in terms of just limiting the amount of movement that he's making at the crease. Short and wide once again into the gap, not out the middle. Should be two. But this is what you want to see from Shandapal, looking to score.
It's the intent for me. It's the intent from Tejan Shandapal to get into gaps and run hard. It pushes the lead now to 100.
That 29-run lead was so crucial from a West Indian perspective. 71 for 4. Be honest, here on day 3, this game has moved at a rate of knots, hasn't it? You see Sammy B. Is that Navin Stewart? Former Trinidad and Tobago player. I'm not sure who's on his left. I think he's a Trinidad under-19s player. I recognize the face. Maybe Sammy B can give me that information when he gets back in the commentary box. But enjoying the game in the crowd, Samuel. Enjoying the atmosphere. Too many short deliveries in this match from Pakistan. Genuine bouncer that from Muhammad Ali. Only 123 Ks. So important to bowling partnerships, as he said. Just the 2 runs conceded from Ali. Jamal from the other end conceding 6. So he'll be under pressure the next over as well. Wondering what they're deep in conversation about. The slip there from Shandapal, going through for the single, but he's been a lot better in that region, clipping that away for 1, 72 for 4.
Just losing his footing because his body weight is transferred going forward to play into the leg side. After a session of 10 overs.
Academy. Pakistan started day 3, or resumed day 3 on 199 for 3. Justin Greaves with 5 for 27, ripping the heart out of this Pakistan batting lineup, bowling them out for 282. Have a look at that. 5 for 27, 2 for Joseph, 2 for Roach, 1 for Jaden Seals. Warwick on wicketless. And these were the 5 wickets earlier by Justin Greaves.
What a spell from Justin Greaves. Those 5 wickets just staying stump to stump line, and he's not extra pace, which means that you have to wait a bit longer. He's able to create a few shots from the batters, but take nothing away from his consistency. 5 wickets, 5 maidens in 5 overs, 5 consecutive overs. West Indies now lead by 101 runs.
There were 4 wickets to fall here for the West Indies in their second innings. First to go was Brandon King. Not a lot he could have done with that. Fantastic delivery from Abbas. Another peach to remove Hodge for a duck. And there was Django. What a catch that was from Muhammad Ali. He makes his presence felt every time he has ball in hand. And then it was Shazad. A real loss of concentration from Shea Hope. West Indies find themselves 72 for 4, a lead of just over 100. It brings Mohammad Abbas back into the attack. This is a crucial period in the match, this, Stacey-Ann.
Yeah, once Mohammad Abbas has ball in hand, it's a crucial situation. Has those 2 wickets. He picked up those 2 wickets. Just 7 runs from 7 overs with 4 maidens. So if he doesn't get wickets, he's creating that dot ball percentage. He's in questions asked of the batters. They've been good so far. Chandapal and Justin Greaves. Good tactical consolidation so far.
Just a little flirt. He had a little flirt with that one outside the off stump. Let's have a look at this one again. Not something you see too much from Chandapal. Stays well within his bubble, but have a look at that. The hands away from the body. Tries to draw them back in. Luckily for him, the outside edge wasn't taken. As you said, Stacey, and a crucial period whenever Mohammad Abbas has ball in hand. Thorough examination. Lost the radar on that one. Abbas. For 2 slips and a gully. Extra cover and mid off the offside field. Down the leg side. I'm not sure he got some bat on that. In fact, he did. 4 runs signaled. He's into the 30s. 35 to Chandapal. It hasn't been the best of starts to a new spell here from Mohammad Abbas. Just a bit leg side-ish.
And that's a pressure that's being created because Chandapal uses the crease a lot. So getting in the line, and then it's poorly lined in terms of the delivery, getting enough bat on it.
That's the delivery. Right back on the money, Abbas.
That's what we know and we have seen from him. That's what he's built his career on. Line, length, and seam presentation. Loves that 4th stump line. Finish on that 4th stump line.
Highly skillful practitioner. Mohamed Abbas, as we said, doesn't possess pace, but he's one of these bowlers that just proves to you don't have to be express. Trouble international batters. Got to land the ball in the same area more often than not. Accuracy and that ability to move the ball both ways. His hallmark.
Sort of no early clues when he's bowling because he bowls with that upright seam. You're not exactly sure if he has any changes.
There, turning him right round with Shandupal. 4 runs from that comeback. Abbas over 76 for 4. I mention Jamal has been pulled out of this attack, but he's back in from the southern end. Just the 1 over from the northern end for Jamal. Lead 105 for the West Indies. Pitch starting to play a few tricks as well. A bit more suited from that southern end. Amir Jamal, that low arm, not the strongest of breezes, but there is a bit of a breeze here. Gotta find that level of consistency that Pakistan need. This match still hanging in the balance. Could go either way with the amount of time left in the game as well. Slightly more defensive Pakistan, with Jamal having ball in hand. Just the 2 slips and a gully when Muhammad Ali was bowling from that same southern end. He had 3 slips and a gully. Low bounce once again, Stace.
Yeah, very watchful, Justin Greaves. Those batters that can accumulate dot balls because he can score. So he doesn't worry himself too much.
Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot indeed. Time down the ground. Won't get to the boundary. I think Jamal got something on that one to just kill that momentum. But that technique of Justin Greaves, as you were mentioning, he's got that ability to absorb pressure with quite a sound defense. And when anything's in his area, he can latch onto it, such as that, as he did there. As sound a technique as you'd see in this West Indian batting lineup. Got an economy of movement, doesn't move too much. Stays very still.
But just turning in his hands upon making contact. Signal possibly for a change of glove. But it's quite humid. We've had sunshine all day.
Good over that from Jamal, just 2 from it, 78 for 4.
Fluttering in the wind for at last half an hour or so. Partnership 35 for the West Indies, sorely needed. Done well, Teja and Chandapal, to repel and resist everything that's thrown his way. So far anyway, Dustin Graves scoring at a decent clip, just rotating the strike and keep it turning over. Carlos Brathwaite alongside me. Carlos, have you seen the way this game has ebbed and flowed?
Good resistance from Teja Chandapal. We wondering where the scoring areas would come, but once it's a bit shorter than a good length, seems more at home, and he's capitalized and showed a lot of intent post tee. Mixing good discipline. Few strokes, he's found a good partner in Justin Graves. Scoring at a good clip, but you feel quite safe with how solid they look in defense, the decisions they're making, leaving the ball outside of their body. I've seen the old ball be probably the more challenging to face than the new ball. I think the real test comes now. I still think it's a better pitch than when Pakistan bowled with the old ball in the first innings. You now have 2 set batters.
Still enough in the surface to keep Abbas interested. Who's he talking to? Is it Tej or is it Mohammad Rizwan? Little conversation, not too animated.
I don't see Mohammad Abbas being the sledging type. Not exactly. Just a little bit of chirp. Hit in front of you, he's saying. Trying to lure him into that drive.
Lip reading, or have you brushed up on your Urdu, Carlos?
Rightfully, I think it was in English. I could barely speak English well enough, far less Urdu. But that's no ball in any language when you hear that sound and you see the outstretched hand. And you can see as soon as things started to get a bit quieter, the ill discipline for Pakistan set in again. That's 3 no balls now. I don't know if it's this ground, but both teams have been very bad with staying behind the line.
Asked him to try to score in front. That's exactly what he's doing. The contrast in this partnership has made it effective. Graves looking a little bit more purposeful. Chandapal has been the anchor. His modus operandi. His game is built on resilience and patience. You can see test match batting like this in contemporary times. That's it straighter. Tej is equal to the task. They need to find something. Pakistan. He's slightly ahead at the moment, 108. They retake the initiative. $79 for 4. Lots of greenery around because of the rainfall. Really influencing this test match, Justin Graves. Wicket Hall will hope that he can have a greater influence with the bat and with runs. Seems as though the pitch has settled down quite nicely now. Lighting towers are on here, Branagh Cricket Academy. Can't really tell from that reflection though. That's young Rampols, Rahul and Riley. They love cricket, absolutely passionate about it. Represented the under-13 team quite recently at the zonal level. But every time you see those two, Carlos, they've got a bat and a ball in their hands. The older one will be heading off to secondary school in September, having graduated from primary.
Love the football jersey he has on. Shows good taste. Not sure if that's from dad or from mom. So don't smile, Ravi. The jury's still out. As well in the CR7 camp. So I salute you, my brother. You're a man with good taste.
Oh, that's going to be a soft dismissal, as tame as they come. And Jamal picks up the wicket. They've been working. Yeah, that reaction from those two tells the story. They were desperate for another breakthrough. And Tej should be very disappointed with that dismissal. Half the team down now.
Yeah, he has been climbing into anything short, so it is his shot. Rushed though, Amir Jamal can get on to you quicker than you expect. What has been somewhat of a vigil and a calming of the storm from Chandapal ends. He's left his team in a better position than they were at the break. It's 80 for 5.
Indian captain Ruston Chase out in the middle now. Team precariously placed 109, the overall lead. Short, wide of off stump, tried to go leg side with it, bouncing way more than he thought. Simple catch in the end for Ali Usman. Rampal boys are disappointed, as is Tej himself.
Energy expended for the celebration from Jamal. Saw it in the first innings as well. It is a crucial partnership. Skipper at 7, the all-rounder at 6. In some terms, you would say this is the engine room. You expect them to keep the game flowing. I wonder how much of it is actually stopping what has been a little bit of a rut. 80 for 5. Amir Jamal again to finish.
Dies on its way through. Successful over for Pakistan, 80 for 5. Chandapal, the most recent casualty of this test match, gone for 35, 101 deliveries for that. Shea Hope, though, his dismissal and the manner of it will require some questions. Graves' test century, his maiden test century, came against Bangladesh in Antigua in 2024. What was significant about that unbeaten 115 was that he batted with the lower order and he managed the innings well to get the West Indies up to 450 on that occasion. He still has Ruston Chase alongside him. So they'll be hoping to add as many as they can to this 109 that they've got now. So much cricket left in this test, Carlos.
Yeah, I think Justin Graves has been bit by bit building a real solid case for being a top all-rounder. I don't know what the rankings say, but I remember thinking back last year, the plaudits that Bo Webster got against Australia, and seeing Justin Graves doing a similar role, albeit with slightly less numbers to attribute for it. But if you look at his overall stats, averaging 34 with the bat before this game. Ball averaging 30. You think the 35 and 30 being a good split for your all-rounder, batting at 6. Able to contribute with bat if needed, and he has done with a couple big scores, daddy hundreds, a double and a 180, and a 5-wicket haul today. And from talking to a few guys around the group, they appreciate the role that he does. Definitely doesn't help you be 10 overs behind, as Pakistan have found themselves. They know that when the scoring rate gets quick with the attacking bowlers that they have, they can always call on Justin Graves to block at least one end. bat in hand. He's showing that not only can play a few pretty drives, but there's a lot of substance to the style that we see. So he's developing nicely. I'll stop there. I don't want to put any markers on him. Developing into a very nice package. And you thought when Jason Holder left the test arena, there'd be a massive gap to fill. Going somewhere into trying to fill those size 15, size 16 boots.
On the inside edge, Bass continues to ask questions. Hitting the seam again, no doubt, and maybe a couple of cracks. Just opening a bit more. Really good wrist position. Use of the crease as well. I think Graves has moved from being a useful support player to a genuine test all-rounder. You're right, he's quickly establishing himself in that mold.
$80 for 5. Just look at the pressure on the dex finger and where it's pushing. It's pushing for that in swinger. Good touch and jag back. Good wrist position and good response off the surface. This is going to be a challenging period of play. We've seen the old ball move a lot more prodigious than the newer ball.
They're controlling the run rate. Pakistan. At the moment it's 2.76. And we saw Sri Lanka bowl a few short balls at Ruston Chase. It was uncomfortable for him. He got struck on his finger a couple times across in Antigua. Sure that Pakistan team, their think tank, would have looked at that and maybe try some of that themselves. Not out and out pace though, that's the only thing that is working against them. Something that we've been talking about for some time in the region, Carlos. He's a 2012 West Indies under-19 player, Justin Graves. 2012. We're in 2026, 2024, 2025, 2026. Those 3 years is where he really established himself at the international level. Why does it continue to take us so long to get these players performing at the top?
I think it's two different conversations to be had on that topic. One of the countries that you think continually punch above the weight is New Zealand, and a few comments came out when they spoke very eloquently about not throwing players away when they reach 27, 28 and still have not, in inverted commas, made it to international standard. I'd like to see us adopt that kind of attitude, appreciating that our players mature a little bit later. We are more in the camp of 19-year-old, 20-year-old, 21, so much years ahead, throw him in at the deep end. When we see the results day in and day out, more often than not, it's the elder statesmen, the one with the experience. Especially at the level below, your Kevin Hodges, Justin Graves. And say Shea Hope, Mac 2 in Test cricket with a little bit more experience. Can we give these young guys the chance to make mistakes, learn from the mistakes, all at the level below before they're exposed to the big time? Then it's a vicious cycle of doing just enough to get back there and actually not threatening to go on and provide any sort of excellence.
My mind goes straight away to Joel Andrew, who's gotten a taste of international cricket and now he's sort of out of the radar. What's happening to him as he looks to get back in the reckoning? Vital Laws had opportunity recently, and I just want to see what happens to them once they've tasted here and they go back to the domestic circuit, being done at that level to get them back up to where we need them to be. Maiden over from Jamala, testing 180 for 5. Every bowler so far has been successful. Abbas with a couple. Keeping things tight at the moment, Pakistan. Waiting for that error from the West Indians. Inner portion of the bat again, he's getting that ball to jog back in.
This is a real test. This is what it's called test cricket. Top of his game, he's done it all around the world, moving it prodigiously, hitting the seam, ball after ball, asking questions. Positive intent while being really solid defensively. Just to pick back up on that conversation we've been having, a part of me just wonders if we can do more as the West Indies to build relationships outside. A lot of the era before us would have played a lot of county cricket. Who couldn't make county cricket would have gone to South Africa and played a lot of cricket. So you had a cohort of players bringing knowledge and experience of different conditions and different cultures back to the Caribbean. The great man, Brian Lara, played for Warwickshire. 501 was for Warwickshire. We still, in my opinion, are stuck in our own ways, thinking that as much talent as we create naturally at the age group levels, we'll take all that talent and we'll hone it and we'll get all of that talent on our own to be world class. I still think there is a place where you can make partnerships, friendships overseas, exchange programs. We don't have the money to pay players as much players we want to dedicate the craft, get the best of the best where coaching is concerned, and upskilling those coaches. What can we do with the resources that we have? I just feel as though we can and we need to get a little bit cuter with how we go about things. When a Kevin Hodges finish this test series, no CPL, where does he go? What does he do? Could he be better served finishing off the county season with a Division 2 team, playing 3-4 first-class games at the end of the English summer, or is he better served going back home and just getting throwdowns in a net?
Well, we do have a professional cricket league. We do have a professional system in place. And we've had it for, what, since 2013 now. The jury's out as to whether or not we've gotten the returns that we've been searching for. Beaten on the outside edge. So those folks of yesteryear didn't have that. They didn't have a professional system on which to operate. Players now, they're on full-time contracts, remember. So throughout the year, they have an opportunity to train under paid personnel. That's just one part of it.
Yeah, I'd ask if it's fit for purpose, because there were 3 out of the 6 professional teams that would have only played 3 games. So if a fast bowler was injured for 1 or 2 of them, he'll play 1 game all year. So sorry to be talking over an absolute masterclass in swing bowling. Can continue after the overs. 31 gone. Mohamed Abbas, brilliant as always. 13 runs conceded from his 11. 81 for 5.
One for 5 now, 110. Looking to add some more, the West Indians. Yeah, I think you mentioned it there, just the 3 first-class games, and this season what transpired was that you played those 3 first-class matches against the same opposition. And there are a number of reasons for that. We won't go into it, but certainly not enough cricket, and the quality to improve. Effort here from Jamal. Got rewarded with the wicket of Chandapal, looking for another. Like that, Baba would have said to him, let's give it one push. One big push here. See if we can get into the West Indian bowling. Really good areas. Backing up from what Abbas did in the previous over.
He's been a lot better today, Amir Jamal. Not tried as much things as yesterday. It's a little bit less movement for him than yesterday. Maybe he's been forced to be more disciplined. But I think he'd want to package this spell up and take this wherever he goes. That wicket with his short ball is as a result of pressure. Not just trying to bowl a short ball, a full ball, a short ball, etc. This should be his template.
West Indies captain and opening batter Craig Brathwaite, no relation to Carlos.
We've seen a set of good bowling. This is good running. Come on, Yar, is a shout. Just sleeping on the boundary as we're about to sing his praises, Mohamed Abbas. He's been so good today. Have a look at the last over. Sometimes you only talk about the wickets. But his ability to hold that length with a little bit of movement and good groupings. Batter don't know if to play or if to leave, all in that area, beating on that length. And it's just a subtle change of the wrist if he wants it to seam away or to seam in. And you add in natural variation, it is absolute handful to face Mohamed Abbas. Good finish from Jamal with a short ball, 84 for 5.
Mohammad Abbas. Battle of attrition again continues. And the ball had soldiered around, and this got to, if you're Umar Gul, Zafraz, you got to get rid of this propensity. You have to. They've been fortunate, Stacey and King, that they haven't taken one of the plethora of no balls that have been bowled.
It's something they've got to work on. It's something that, as a seam bowler here, he's disappointed. To bowl it over, even though in test match cricket it doesn't go as a free hit.
And in a low-scoring game, we don't know the outcome of this, but in a low-scoring game, those little things potentially could add up. Umar Gul on the right. That close. Is that close? Eyes on Babar Azam. Height is what they're asking.
Yeah, hunting for wickets. He has 2 in the match. The appeal. I just wonder if it's missing. Yeah, height once again. Would have been missing the wicket.
Really wide on the crease now, Mohammad Abbas. That's 2 balls. Got to get through spells. You've got to try your best if you're Graves and Chase to get through another spell. Much closer to the stumps on that occasion, so he's using the crease inside of mid-crease for that last one.
I think for him it's about the angles. They're much closer this time for the straight-on delivery and much wider previously. The much wider delivery tends to angle it much more into the batter.
Wide of the crease and taken. He went wide of the crease, close to the stump, and then wide of the crease. That's a good catch. Very good catch.
We were speaking about the subtle changes that Mohammad Abbas has used to be successful. Close at the crease previously, wide of the crease this time, driven uppish by Graves. And an excellent catch from the captain, Babar Azam. Elated as he picks up his 3rd. Mohammad Abbas, the patience has paid off. Justin Greaves goes for 20. West Indies lose their 6th on 85. And now it's time for a much needed drinks break for the Pakistan players.
It's Narayan Chandapal 35 from 101. Then single figure scores followed by 10 and 20. Wicket of Justin Graves.
Yeah, just the angle again changing. Mohamed Abbas driven on the up, so not timing that correctly. Going high over or you're staying on the ground. But it's an excellent catch to dismiss Justin Graves.
The evergreen Kemar Roach called on again to try to play an innings of substance. Very impressive use of the crease from Mohamed Abbas, to be fair. 3 slips and waiting. The attack for stumps. Successful over. 85 for 6. The game has moved fantastically on today. Well, we call it moving day, 3rd day of a test match, usually say moving day. Jamal has bowled well too. Simple little things from the experienced Mohamed Abbas. Wide of the crease, drawing the batter into the shot, then working himself closer to the stump, and then going wide of the crease again. Just asking Graves to look at different release points each time until he created the error and the brilliant catch from the captain. It was going away and dying from him. That is a peach. New ball or old ball does something on this surface, and Jamal is much better, much more consistent in this innings.
You almost see the piece, and how did it miss that edge? .9 kilometers, that delivery.
Closer in length, so the shot that he tried to play 2 balls ago was played to perfection this time.
Yeah, pitched up this time around. So erring in the length and driven commandingly by Ruston Chase. Yeah, I don't think Jamal would mind this too much, because he wants to see that. He wants Chase to drive. Just outside of his crease as well. Whilst Chase is very strong on that drive. That length will have to be important from Jamal. Have pulled it back in the previous delivery, but this one was the 4.
Good call, actually, Sisian. Risk reward, getting it up there when it's swinging. How often do you keep going up there, or do you now sort of pull your length back a little bit? He's not shy of bowling the short ball. Square leg comes up.
Ball is deviating, it is moving laterally.
Yeah, but it's a trend with the Pakistan bowlers. Every now and then you see them bowl a fuller length just to see if the batter will play the drive. But then they go back to what has worked, that nagging or that good line and length.
To be had about fourth innings batting, 89 for 6. Babar Azam took his 50th catch in Test match cricket in dismissing Justin Graves. Mohammad Abbas again.
And all eyes will be closely looking at what we mentioned before, at the change of shoes or the injury. Calling possibly for a change of shoes or some extra strapping on that big toe, as I see it sort of jerks at times. Upon the impact of finishing your delivery, probably causing a bit of discomfort for Shazad. Few seamers that have lost toenails or changed toenails regularly because the shoes is a bit too close and sort of a very small margin, because it's either it's too close or it's too big, so your feet are skidding. Have you had to cut the toe at times just to have that extra space?
Left big toe jam against the front of the boot, so you find I did actually have to do it on a couple of occasions. Socks on the left foot kept biting through the hole, and it just decided you need to break in your bowling boot to let it be pliable. Made up the crease again. Would be an interesting test match. My mind goes back to 1996 actually. We batted first 97 actually in Barbados. Batted a team that I was in, got to 298 or something. Batted, they got 319, then we were bowled out for 140 in our second innings, giving India 100, I think 120 to get. But for 81. Still hurts a lot of Indian fans to this day. Right now the lead is 118. Not saying that's going to happen here. Pitch is not an easy one, particularly against a hard ball. He's pulling in some big ones, Mohammad Abbas. I wonder if he's coming towards the end of a spell, unless he gets another wicket. Hold on, 89 for 6. Boot is the one with the refurbished toe front. So if it's a newish pair of boots, the front toe slides through in the boot and jams against the front of the boot, and it gets bloodshot, and eventually the toenail places itself, but it's painful for a while unless you alleviate the pressure at the front for the right arm seamers.
And it sort of makes you wonder how much that hampers him in terms of his deliveries. Some of them are much quicker and on a much shorter length compared to those that are fuller. Is it that when he feels that sort of pressure, he sort of bowls that fuller length compared to the good length, short delivery, rising delivery? Sometimes as a bowler, you make those gentle adjustments just to feel comfortable.
Should be 2. Is 2. Good camera work there. You saw the left big toe push through the front of the boot as it landed and then retreat. And that's when you have the full shoe, particularly a new one, why it causes a bloodshot left big toe with the pressure. Have a look again. Comes out for a peek like a turtle, and then it retreats back into its shell. You deserve it, Big D. We call him Big D, affectionately known. David Green from Barbados. Been doing this job longer than I've been born. Far away from seeing Muhammad Ali. Seen the left arm spinner at all today. Karam Shahzad with the floppy. 91 for 6. Test match back in Bridgetown, Barbados, the third of that series. Raul Dravid, Vidius Laxman. By 38 runs. It was an up and down pitch, actually. A lot of planning went in to action on the penultimate night to determine who would bowl to whom. Franklin Rose started things off quite nicely. Curtly Ambrose, myself, followed and filled the breach. Lara took an excellent catch off the bat of Sachin Tendulkar from Shazad. I think Muhammad Ali might come from the other end.
I don't think we didn't see your 7 wickets, your 4 in the first innings. Your 3 in the first innings for 70 and 4 for 22. Yeah, but an exceptional feat, winning by 38 runs.
Narayan Chandrapal, 137 not out there as well. His first test 100. "25 no balls in the match is unacceptable in the modern era. It is a lack of discipline at your practice sessions, because we live in a world with a proliferation of white ball cricket where a lot of bowlers, Stacey Yanking, you would know, only the front toe touches the line, if that, by some bowlers.
So many bowlers tend to use the crease in terms of might bowl just a bit further back from the popping crease line. But to make those adjustments, you itself mentioned that with this lead of 121, every run counts. Windies will be happy, but Pakistan, both teams need to do better in that area.
I know Pakistani bowlers actually that we can refer to. Mohammad Amir, who's now playing in the UK as a local player, would land with about 6 inches to spare on the front line. I think Haris Rauf, the other Pakistan right-arm fast bowler, Mohammad Amir left-handed, also would land well back of that front line. It's a discipline that takes time to adjust to it at practice. Let's run. Every run will count. Every run.
The youngsters are happy with that. Up to 122. Stand from Roach's perspective, he wants Chase, who is the known batter. Chase these last 2 deliveries.
Gonna have to trust him for a while. He's shown capability, not invincibility, but he's shown capability, Roach. I think he has shown the inclination at least to trust him for the moment. See Muhammad Ali back soon. I wouldn't be surprised. Last bowled a really economical and impressive spell, so he's been replaced by Shazad. 2017 now. Stay tuned. 93 for 6. Everything in of Pakistan. This 2017. Pakistan won the previous game. Ruston Chase was in his prime form. 131. Abbas 4 for 56. Chasing 188 and folded for 81. Shannon Gabriel in the next match was entered into history. Shea Hope scored a nice 90 on that occasion, following Chase with that 131. So very, very interesting, low-scoring fourth innings matches across the history of the game.
Amir Jamal continues. He's been very, very good this time around. In this second innings, he's been exceptional, actually. Into his 8th over now, only 18 runs conceded, and he's shown the skill to be able to group a set of deliveries together, but also to use that short ball and make it quite threatening. Mali arrived.
Yeah, he's been spot on, hasn't he, Carlos? He's really been under pressure, but he's delivered for Pakistan so far. Oh, look at that delivery, completely turning Roach inside out. He's followed Shazad and Abbas, and also Ali. But look at that delivery, angled in, hint of movement away. Roach misses that by a country mile.
He's been so good today, Amir Jamal. And I think this is what Pakistan wants from him. He'd have looked into the opposing dressing room and see the control that Justin Graves brought. He has a bit more pace than Justin Graves, so he has the added X factor of a short ball. And you just string a few together, build some pressure, and then with that extra pace, that slingy, slightly unconventional action, use your damage with the short ball. But in the first innings, he was here, he was there, he was everywhere, trying to get a wicket every delivery. It's been so, so good in this innings.
That economy rate of just 2.4 illustrates that. Not as many boundary deliveries. He's been a constant threat. He's been a lot more consistent with his lines and lengths. And have a look at that pace. He's actually growing in pace as its spell builds. The play and a miss this time, an attacking stroke from Roach. You don't mind that width offered.
I think this being Jamal's 4th over, he'd be happy with that, but into the 8th over, the spell, he'd love that to just nick to the keeper. That is what you get when you build pressure. Consistent, and then you earn the right to throw one wide. Lord Kimar Roach into the drive. Such an important half hour. Those play, not even sure if you'll get the full half hour.
Goes up with a bouncer, so he's in full control of what he's doing here is Jamal. 33 Ks. That rhythm looks absolutely superb from him. Body language is positive. Getting back to his mark. That run-up is looking very rhythmical. Everything in sync at the moment for Amir Jamal. Again, big movement, this time through the air. Maiden from Jamal, 93 for 6. And wickets falling in the first 2 sessions. Just 3 in the third so far. Game has moved at a rate of knots on day 3. It's lived up to the old adage, moving day being day 3. Zad back into the attack. Nice little atmosphere building at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. A few drums, some shacks. A lot of maroon and yellow, looking very resplendent indeed. Lovely to see the kids as well taking in the action. So important to have the next generation of potential cricketers in the ground taking in international cricket. That edge, has that taken the edge? Roston Chase is walking. Shazad provides the breakthrough. Good catch by Rizwan. 7 down for the Windies.
Reward again for Pakistan. Lured him into the drive. A peach, an absolute beaut of a ball. Because of that pressure, 8 off 28 deliveries. Not scoring, not flowing. Now has to walk back. West Indies 93 for 7.
New batter, Shamar Joseph. Quite a swashbuckling cameo in that first innings. West Indies still lead by 122, and it's very difficult to gauge who's ahead at the moment. Load him into this. What did you see there, Carlos?
Yeah, it's beautiful from Shazad. That's the perfect length if you're getting any sort of movement. Perfect line as well. Especially for a batter that's not scoring. You see it in that area and your eyes light up. I want to find out from Roston Chase, what is the plan? Because I've seen some shots in the last few overs, so it definitely isn't shutting shop. What do they think is a winning lead? You look at 122 and obviously he's out now, but you think to Roston Chase and Kumar Roach starting tomorrow with a lead of 135 or so. Can they get 170 and make a real fist of it? Run the risk of being bowled out tonight.
I think the loss of that Chase wicket has really dented the West Indian batting lineup here. Dented what they wanted to do in terms of pressing home that advantage from the first innings. 29-run lead, 2 bowlers in. Want a set batter at least at one end. Kudos has to go to Pakistan for the way they bowled in this second innings. They've been absolutely superb. It's almost night and day from that first innings. A lot more consistent, a lot more threatening. Pace as well. These could carry, only registering 128, but they're looking quite aggressive here is Shazad. Thought, even looking at Pakistan in that first innings, you thought with what we saw. If they could get it right, they could pose a few more problems for the West Indies, and it's proven to be the case in the second innings. Constantly got the ball to move as well here on day 3. Welcome runs indeed. We'll get to the boundary. Crucial, every run crucial in this situation.
Yeah, played really late by Roach, allowing it to swing. Hands away from the body. So had that nicked, we'd be asking, why are you playing at it? But eventually the execution meant a little bit of control. It got down and through the gap, and welcome runs. Just don't know what is a good score, what is enough, what is a good target to reach for.
Ask you in the next over, or you can answer in the next over. 98 for 7. 127 lead. Jamal to continue. Have a look at that scorecard. The best of 35 from Tejnaran Chandapal off 101 deliveries. Just 3 batters getting into double figures. Been a good all-round performance from Pakistan so far. The wickets have been shared. No, that's what Shamar's going to do. He's going to look to get bat on ball and score as quickly as possible. 127 run lead now for the West Indies, just 3 wickets in hand. If I was to ask you, Carlos, if any, which team's ahead?
I wonder if Pakistan would be considered slightly ahead, because the new ball has not done that much. So if you can make hay while the sun shine, almost looking at the new ball like a little bit of a power play, to use white ball parlance. More way, eat into that 127. Let's say West Indies get 15 more, 140, 142. Get to 60 for 1 or for 2. I mean, Pakistan, like the West Indies, always prone to a batting collapse. But it makes it a little bit easier, and it also puts a little bit more pressure on the bowling team. They now can't just attack and hunt for wickets with the field and with the ball. They need to set the in and out fields, which offers opportunity for singles. So it means that you can control the tempo of the game without feeling as though you're under constant duress to save your wicket, because the bowling team coming at you all the time.
That's what we're gonna get from Shamar Joseph, bringing out the long handle in his natural swinging arc, his first maximum over that wide long on position. And he is very dangerous in this situation, Carlos.
The melatonin is wearing off, the crowd is waking up. A dose of Shamar Joseph. Deep, high over mid-on. 86 meters. 100 up for the West Indies. We've been looking at the lead, but the score itself in this innings, 104, long on back now.
Ups to take on the sharp ball. Will it find the fielder? No, it falls just short. The fielder, Azan, hearing around from third man, couldn't quite get there. Very interesting field this. Got 4 fielders on the leg side boundary to the left-handed Joseph. That will change now with Roach coming on strike. He's looking to take on that short ball, and it was with that short ball in which he was dismissed in that first innings.
I actually quite like that man. Awan was at like a fly slip, a real fine deep third almost. And it's just in case he tries to back away and help it over the slips. You have a fielder there, and he almost came into play with his short ball and the top edge hook. So they've spread the field far and wide. They're not allowing him to get the grace that he had in the first innings. Don't know how much that cameo would mean yet. 23 or 13 for him in the first innings.
Oh, an extra pace once again, right through the wicketkeeper in Rizwan. It was down the leg side, but just seemed to be taken by surprise with that pace. Got to him a bit quicker than he expected. This has been an expensive over from Jamal. 11 from it so far.
Have to be a bit tidier. It was difficult. It started to climb and peel back toward him, but you have to take that. And it's something that we're seeing with Pakistan and we saw with the West Indies. When they aren't under pressure, they build pressure quite well. As soon as there seems to be a little bit of transfer of pressure, all of a sudden the discipline comes in the balls, the buys. Who can hold the nerve?
Right.
109 for 7. Third highest partnership of the innings so far is between Joseph and Roach. The best of 37, Chandapal and Graves, but seems like quite a long time ago. The game has moved at a rate of knots. Again taking on that short ball, but got the fielder on that square leg boundary. 3 fielders on the leg side boundary when 4, in fact, when Joseph is on strike. Where Pakistan have vastly improved in this second innings, bowling in partnerships. They haven't really allowed the pressure to be released from an end. Role slightly changes here for Kamar Roach as well. He's a very good supporting batter, especially when he's got a batter at the other end. Just presents a dead bat. But now he's going to have to find a way to score some runs as well, alongside Shamar Joseph. Just 3 wickets remaining for the West Indies.
Wonder how Pakistan will set up the rest of the day. Will you see Muhammad Ali again? We've seen Amir Jamal now for 8 overs on the trot. He's bowled a good spell, but the risk is, does he fatigue a little bit? Doesn't get the pace or the accuracy. And then the other risk with bringing in Muhammad Ali now, can he fire up quickly enough and hit his straps for enough overs to really make the most of this evening's session?
Yes, that's why Baba's being paid the big bucks. He's the one that has to make those decisions. Coming back to the Pakistan captaincy, as we see Muhammad Ali there, he'll probably come into the attack at some point. But Jamal, he sustained his pace. It's been quite encouraging to see from a Pakistan perspective. Think back to that last delivery that went through. Mohammad Rizwan had a bit of extra pace and bounce. As he said, he's bowled 8 overs straight, so he's showing good endurance, good fitness. That's a good short delivery, that from Shahzad. Probably just trying to keep Roach a bit honest here. Been propping onto that front foot quite comfortably.
It is 15 overs, remaining 15.1 to get zapped. Those of play time can't go beyond 5:30. So with 9 minutes left, I find it hard pressed to drag the ball from one seamer's hand in the hope that Muhammad Ali comes in and hits it straight for 2 overs only.
West Indies lead by 139. The score is 110 for 7.
Amir Jamal has taken his cap off and he's marched in the direction of the stump. Muhammad Ali with ball in hand now will pass it over, and Amir Jamal say, yep, I'll take it. It was shadow of a doubt. Hat off, I'm ready. Give me the ball.
Gonna have to pry this ball out of his hands. But look at that. Just the 1 over in that first spell. Switched ends. Since that switch, he's been absolutely superb. You consider that previous over his most expensive, going for 11. Once again, taking on the short ball is Joseph. I actually lost sight of that one. Alex Wharf signals 6, his second maximum.
Can't change it, Shamar. You can't change it. It's obviously working. On a length, 4 fielders back. Wallop. Nice bit of energy to end the day. 80 meters. Keeping the fielders interested and raising the interest in the crowd.
Again, taking him on, this time flatter, harder, better stroke this one. The aggressive nature of Shamar Joseph on full show here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The lead's gone past 150 with that maximum, his second of the over.
You have to smile. It's come from nowhere. The game felt as though it stalled. All Shamar. 3 sixes in the innings. 20 off 8. Impetus he gave in the first innings as well. Handy runs that were needed to give West Indies a lead, and he's doing it again. Still 4 back.
Opts not to take that one on. But what we've seen from Shamar Joseph, be it ball in hand or bat in hand, he does everything in an aggressive style. Looking to take on these short balls, showing that natural ball striking ability. And I think he'll get even better as his career grows with bat in hand.
I don't know which bat in hand he needs. The other one was working fine. It accounted for 3 sixes. He's changed it now. Oh, Shamar, what have you done?
Again, a bit of extra pace. Rizwan just struggling to gather. Jamal Joseph looking to take on these short deliveries, and Jamal just sharing a word or two.
Fast bowlers have a long memory, Mr. Jamal, sir. And Jamal Joseph would enjoy a little bit of confrontation, knowing that he'll have the ball in hand either in the next innings if they get that far, or next test for that matter. Still steer, he's backing him. Jamal waits and he waits until he turns around and just asks him what's on the menu at the hotel for dinner. Can they share coffee in the morning before play?
Oh, fuck! And put down! Put down! Mohammed Rizwan had to get up high and parry that one. In the end, couldn't catch it on the second attempt. So Shamar Joseph survives. And Jamal, very unlucky in this situation. Another short delivery. Had to reach, had to get to the height, use all his height. Mohammed Rizwan. It's just been a slight struggle for him in the last few overs behind the stumps. Just struggling to pick up these deliveries, it seems like.
Yeah, 3 minutes to go. We are enjoying the entertainment, but when does the entertainment stop? Then there's a thought of just getting in to close of play. Big delivery. And a wide, another extra. This is a big delivery because I'd suspect it's 5:27 local time. Kemar Roach will block 6 deliveries, you think. If you get Shamar Joseph coming back tomorrow to have an early swing, you just never know how much and how far this partnership can take it. But if you can get Shamar Joseph out, with all due respect to Warwick and Seals, they're good blockers within their own right. They won't move the game along as quickly as Shamar Joseph can.
Again, looking to advance. Gets down to the other end. Expensive over 14 coming from that. 124 for 7. Day 3 has really proven to be moving day here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. West Indies lead by 153. Scoring 124 of just 42 overs. Shazad to continue around the wicket. Sweet timing. Once again, just looking to come down the pitch is Shamar Joseph.
Actually lamenting the running of the single last delivery of the last over, because I thought you'd want Kemar Roach to survive this over almost. Here he is, Shamar Joseph, curtailing that natural aggressive instinct. Pay a little bit of respect to where we are in the game. Potentially this is the last over. The clock has ticked over to 5:30. So 5 balls for Pakistan to do as much damage as they can. 3 wickets. 5 balls for West Indies to negotiate.
That's a good block, good solid block. That's what Kemar Roach could do. And we spoke about just how well of a support batsman he is, how good of a support batsman he is with a batter at the other end. But at this stage, we've got to call Shamar Joseph a batter, 22 of 13. The way he's looked to taking on these Pakistan bowlers just allows Roach to just play his normal role. Thought about it. Good delivery from Shazad to probably be the last over of the day. Had bad light actually curtailing the previous 2 days of this match, so it's good to get a full day in here.
Hopefully we get a little easier of a hotel time in the morning, Mali.
Extra 15 minutes or so. You could have a lie-in tomorrow, Carlos. Solid. Solid, very solid indeed. Many a top order batter would be pleased with a defense such as that. Another no ball. He's been the main culprit in this match, Shazad.
This is probably the one the ball that the West Indies don't want. You just want to get out of there as quickly as possible. But this is just an extra delivery for Shazad to potentially get a breakthrough. So it isn't the worst in the ball in the world from a Pakistan vantage point. I haven't played first-class cricket for a number of years, Mali, but one thing that sticks close to the memory of the mind is facing Jason Dawes at Sabina Park and final over, got to the final ball, left it alone and started walking off, no ball. He bowled 3 back-to-back no balls before finally nicking me off to the keeper. The loudest I've ever heard a Jamaican team celebrate. So Kemar Roach would want to avoid that. He'd be asking Shazad to keep his foot behind the line for the next 2 deliveries. He'd be hoping to successfully negotiate them and come back tomorrow.
Considering that you remembered that, Carlos, that must have been quite a traumatic moment for you.
PTSD is strong.
Potential final delivery of the day. What a day it's been. Fantastic, exciting Test cricket. Finishes with a poor delivery down the leg side. So day 3 in the books, as you see the umpires there just knocking the bails off. West Indies finish 126 for 7 from their 43 overs, a lead of 155. Shamar Joseph 22 not, and Roach as well 5 not out. Partnership 33 off 30 deliveries.
Yeah, the famous moving day, 3rd day of the test. Definitely did some moving today. Firstly the ball, then the stumps. Got records, first century, first fiver. Still, after all that, at the end of day 3, we're not quite sure who's in the lead. 14 wickets falling on the day. The run rate never really getting out of any of the bowling team's favour. It's a lot more disciplined bowling effort today, but that run rate of 3.3. Shamar Joseph has a lot to account for that. You just wonder what his 2 cameos would do for this game so far. 23 off 13 in the first innings, 22 off 13 now not out in the second innings as well. Fantastic day of old-fashioned test cricket.
Top score of 35 by Tejnaran Chandapal. Just 4 batters actually getting into double figures. Shamar Joseph 22 not out. A real cameo of just 13 deliveries, and Roach showing that obdurate defense as usual. 17 extras as well, bowled by Pakistan. Quite a few no balls. Have a look at these partnerships. 37 the best between Greaves and Chandapal, but Joseph and Roach with their partnership of 33 off 30 has just tipped it slightly in favour of the West Indies here on day 3.
Pakistan done tremendously well. Mohammad Abbas not only at the top of the list there, but leading from the front. 3 for 14 in 13 overs, an economy rate just over a run over. He was metronomic in length and he was stingy with runs given to the opposition. Everybody that bowled took a wicket and made some sort of impact, but Mohamed Abbas was the pick of the bunch.
This is the tail of the tape of this match. West Indies opting to bat here on day one. Bowled out for 311 from their 98.5 overs. Pakistan replied with 282. In fact, it was Shea Hope that top scored with 92. Hodge as well with 84. Pakistan, Shan Masood actually scoring the first 100 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And also in the second innings, West Indies finished, in fact, no, Justin Graves, 5 for 27, the standout bowler in that innings. 5 consecutive wicket maidens, 2 for Roach, 2 for Shamar Joseph as well. And then in reply, West Indies 126 for 7 off their 43. Chandapal top scoring with 35. Joseph 22 not out, and Greaves chipping in with 20 as well. Mohamed Abbas 3 for 14, Shazad 2 for 36, and just the 1 wicket for Muhammad Ali. Now we'll go down to Gerard for the interview with Pakistan fast bowling coach Umar Gul.
Yeah, thanks so much, Malik. Umar, I want to start by asking you about the plans coming into the second innings. How similar were they to the way you ended in the first?
I think in the first inning, a part of the first day, we couldn't execute our plan, especially on the first day. We were a bit short. The plan wasn't that much. But on the second day and today, the plan was very simple. Just hit the right area and just bowl a bit up. So I think that was the plan, and the bowler executed very well.
How happy are you to see how Mohamed Abbas has led this attack?
I think he is a senior player and he is so experienced, and he played a lot of red ball cricket, and I think he is leading from the front. He is by the same time he's performing from the front, and by the same time he is talking with the juniors how to bowl it and which conditions. So I think it's very good for us that we have an experienced bowler like Mohamed Abbas.
Do you think that you got a little bit too loose there at the end, giving Shamar Joseph the chance to provide that cameo that he did at the end?
I think we were expecting from him, because he in the FUC in the first innings he came and he smashed all over the way. So I think we were expecting, and yeah, sometimes if you have 4 fielder on the onside and if he hit it over the fielder, that is okay. If you bowling according to your fielding, so I think it's you can say it's a good shot. So still I think we will play we will plan further tomorrow, and we will discuss how to get him out.
Thank you so much, Umar.
Thank you.
Up to the old adage of moving day here on day 3. It was an exciting day. Wickets falling, runs being scored as well. This was the 3rd session highlights. There, Hope getting away with a 4, squeezing down to 3rd man. Chandapal. Typical Chandapal, just getting across his stumps, working into the onside. Hope on the move, being very aggressive indeed, hitting on the top of the bounce, but that stroke, he'll want to forget about that, just losing a bit of concentration. Brought Greaves to the crease, outside edge taken but not going to hand. Chandapal showing a good shot on the offside, in his fast hands to get that away to the boundary. There again, getting outside that off stump, working that ball down to fine leg. But this was the wicket. Not sure where he wanted to hit that one. In the end, the top edge taken. Wicket for Amir Jamal. And this was Greaves. What a catch that was by Babar Azam. Creating a fantastic angle was Abbas, going wide of the stumps. That was a good stroke from the West Indies skipper, Ruston Chase. Wasn't that long a stay at the crease for him though. A peach of a delivery, similar to the delivery that he had hit for 4. Brought Roach to the crease. And this was aggression from Shamar Joseph. Wielding the long handle. With the indiscipline there from the Pakistani bowlers. But there, that was another maximum. Ended up hitting 3 maximum in this innings. All over that mid-wicket region. Then he was dropped. Tough chance, but Rizwan couldn't manage to poach. Both batters remain unbeaten, a partnership of 33 of 30 deliveries. So this is the match summary. West Indies bowled out for 311. Pakistan reply with 282. Shan Masood 109. And in reply to that, West Indies are 126 for 7 from 43 overs, a lead of 155. Exciting day today, and we expect another exciting day tomorrow, day 4. Join us at 9:30 a.m. from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy here in the south of Trinidad, Tarouba. Time to say good night. Well, we won't say good night just yet. We'll take you now down to the field with the guys for the post-match analysis after the break.